Anybody else anyone else love Hollister?
We're good.
Good evening. This is a special and regular meeting of the Hollister City Council on January 16, 2024. This meeting is now called to order. It is 6:01 p.m. City Clerk, could you please call roll?
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Here.
Councilmember Morales, here, Councilmember Burns,
Here.
and Mayor Casey.
Here.
I'd also like to report that the agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister special and regular meetings of January 16th, 2024 is posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on January 12th, 2024 at 4:08 p.m. for Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, do you have any public comment on closed session items?
No, Mayor, we do not have any public comments for any of the closed session items.
City Attorney, could you read about the closed session?
Yes, City Council will discuss two items in closed session. The first, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraphs 2 or 3 of subdivision B of section 54956.9 of the government code. There's one case. And then conference with legal counsel related to liability claims, government code section 54956.95. For the claimants are Marco Rendon and Alma Vasquez, and the agency claimed against the city of Boston.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adjourn to closed session?
So.
Such a, all those in favor?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Okay. Good evening. So we're going to convene the regular meeting of the Hollister City Council. Meeting is now called to order. It is 6:35, it looks like. Let's see, Councilmember Perez, could you lead us in the pledge of allegiance?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Attorney, do we have any reportable action from closed session?
No, there's no reportable action.
All right, I think before we begin with public input, I just want to address the audience. I need to address the manner and decorum of our meetings and issue a warning in this regard. Meetings must be kept in an orderly and efficient manner without willful disruption, so that this business of the city can be conducted. While the council is more than willing to listen to comments from the public, it must be done at the appropriate time and should be done up here at the podium with the microphone so that your words can be heard and recorded properly as part of the meeting. There cannot be interruptions from when council members are speaking or audience members calling names, chanting, or yelling out. If you do so, a warning will be issued to you. And if behavior continues, you might be asked to leave the chambers. If there's too much disruption from members in the audience, depending on severity, it may be necessary to call a recess, clear the chambers, or even cancel the meeting. I would like to ask for your courtesy and cooperation in this regard, so it won't be necessary to take any of these steps. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the records, and speak to the city council. If you're joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. And if you're joining via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on items that are not on the agenda. City clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we currently have 9 speakers for public comment.
Oh, no. Okay, so we'll leave it at 3 minutes then. All right.
The first speaker is Paul Lamcoon, followed by Dan Cassis.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm here to talk about pickleball. First, I want to thank you for approving the resurfacing of the courts at Dunn Park. But as the project has become delayed because of the weather, I would like to propose a modification for your consideration. You know, participation in pickleball has grown all over the world, and even in Hollister. Our group, which plays 4 days a week, has grown to around 50 members, which means we have anywhere from 12 to 20 some odd show up on any given day. What we didn't know was that there are other groups besides ours that play there. And that was real surprising, but there are more groups. And I think we have some of the other groups that are here that I just met this evening. So we have 3 courts that were derived from 1 tennis court. The existing courts only handle 12 people at one time. So in order to accommodate the people that are waiting, we have to use the tennis courts, the existing tennis courts that are there. And we can do that because there are no tennis players around, luckily. So I want to give you right now a little insight into the game. You know, pickleball is a real social game. We never play, we always are rotating in and out of the game. You always change partners, and you never have the same opponents. A game takes about 12 to 15 minutes, so players are always rotating in and out of the game. So our proposal is this. Since the city is resurfacing and restriping all the courts at Dunn Park, it would be an opportune time to convert the second tennis court into 4 pickleball courts. The additional costs would involve installing posts and nets and additional striping, but no demolition of existing assets would take place. Like I said, tennis court usage is almost non-existent. In fact, a few tennis players have joined our group and now play pickleball more regularly. So the tennis courts are very, very underutilized. So this modification proposal will accommodate existing demand and future demand
Thank you, sir.
and provide a proactive approach to the sport.
Thank you.
I want to recognize the pickleball players that are here first.
The next public speaker is Dan Cassis, followed by Ophelia Valenzuela.
Good evening. I just want to say that this would be, this is a great project that I fully support. We have a lot of fun out there. I don't get to go out there as often as everything else, but the few times that I do get there, it's, we have to usually wait for somebody to come out of the match. And, but it is a social game. We're always encouraging other people to join. Where it's always inviting others, and yes, there are more people that are filming constantly. So that's pretty much what I've got to say, and I hope that Paul can make this happen as well. This question. One of the other things that I've noticed is that I don't know, I can't recall if there's any sufficient lighting in the for the evenings. I know there's a big like they have now. But that would be something that would be, needed as well. Some people. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Ophelia Valenzuela, followed by Alfred Valenzuela.
Hello. I'm just here to speak about my brother. He just passed this month. And I would be, let's see, there's 11 of us, and I would be the second to the youngest. He was the second to the oldest. Gotta put these on. Okay. My name is Ophelia Valenzuela, and Frank Valenzuela, also known as Nico Valenzuela, whom I will be speaking of today, is my brother. I am here with family and community members to advocate for it. Well, I'm going to skip that part. What I want to say is, you know, he served the city as a police officer, chief probation officer, city council member, and a mayor. I believe he was 32 years of age, and he was recognized to be the first youngest mayor in California. Does anyone remember my brother? Anyways, so it was recognized, like I said, in the state of California. So this is a short list of his contributions to the city. His greatest effort and hold on, I'm sorry. His greatest effort and what he was most proud of was his contribution to the farm labor movement, especially as a licensed labor contractor. He knew firsthand the need to protect farm laborers. Tito was part of the leadership under Cesar Chavez that brought about huge changes to lives of underrepresented farm laborers. The movement that formed the United Farm Workers of America Union, which is still in existence today. Hollister has come a long way from the days it was surrounded by
walnut, apricot, and prune orchards. This was the Hollister of Pico State, when a great majority of the population worked in agriculture. I'm very proud of my brother and his accomplishments, and I thought I'd mention a little something, a little tidbit of him and his life and his legacy. Thank you all.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Alfred Valenzuela, followed by Mary Louise Kennedy.
Hello, City Council members, Tim Burns, my brother Frank, we got to meet him at the opening of the new Sunset Travis Road, and, he's a great guy, he's a real great guy, Mickey Luna asked me to bring him to that, and, I cut his hair that morning, I did his beard and everything, and he was so happy and so pumped up for it, you know, it's like he almost knew that this was gonna be his last thing he was gonna do in his life. He told me he still wanted another year or two, but you know, as we all know, he passed away on January 3rd at 9:17, and I was there. And I was there for his last breath. He was my hero. And he was a hero for many people in this community, I believe. Starting with Cesar Chavez and working with my father, Alfred Valenzuela Sr., he was a labor contractor, and he was just a great man. At the end, I helped him with the house he had on 6th Street in San Jose for mental health. And it was very important for him, for people with mental health to get help. So he got this house, and I helped them, you know, pass out pills to the men that were there. And these men were lost. And people found a way to bring them together and made them a family, you know. And these are just a little bit of things that my brother did, and it was so amazing. And, you know, I was just, I treasured every moment with him because I knew he was old, and my father was old when I was born. He was 65 when I was born, my father. And here I am in this crazy family they call the Brady Bunch, you know. My mom, my dad, we get together, and then they have more kids, so it was crazy. It was crazy. We had a house with 2 kitchens and all this and that, and I don't know, it was just crazy. I was the youngest of 11 children, and I was confused, you know, I didn't know, you know, I go to school and people would say, no, that's your grandfather, that's your grandfather. No, it's my dad, okay, whatever. 8th grade came along and everybody figured out it was my father. So anyways, you know, it was a tough time for me as a young kid, but I learned a lot of values and a lot of respect towards people just because of my brother and my father. You know, they taught me a lot, and I turned my life around a lot in this past decade or so. My brother taught me everything about baseball, and I continued baseball, and I still play for the Modesto Reds. I still play baseball. I'm still active, and my brother says I still hit one off the office. So he was a power hitter, and he was my brother. Me, I'm just a good hitter. Anyways, so I'd like to thank everybody for listening to me today, but my brother was a special kind of man, and he was the mayor and the youngest mayor in the state of California at that time, and chief probation officer and chief of police. Out of 20 people, he was nominated as chief of probation officer. So anyways, I just want to thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Mary Louise Kennedy, followed by Danny Barrera.
Well, maybe I can clarify things a little bit.
Yes.
My dad had 2 sets of families, and he had the first 7, and then he had 4 others after. So I am of the first 7. So I was the youngest, and my brother was 15 years older than I. And he was just very special. And so I'd like to just give you some tidbits. Very quickly, I'll tell you, he was a crusader for those who did not have a voice. And he was a sports enthusiast, and he was politically activated. I had 2 brothers that were really politically activated in the first family. And the neatest thing is And he being 17 years older than me, he truly protected me. And I'll never forget when he was going to get married, at age 7, I just cried. And I have to say, I was so proud walking down the halls of Hollister High as a sophomore in high school, and it was 1965 when he was a mayor of Hollister. And the thing that I want to tell you personally that he did that was quite amazing is that he had a Babe Ruth team in 1956 that went all the way to Pennsylvania. And I don't know if any of you know the sweet man, Julian Flores, that I worked with in the Hollister School District for many a year. He was one of those team members. And for young boys in Hollister, it was the first time that some of them had left the county, let alone the state, on a train to go to play. And that was my brother. He was such a sports enthusiast. He had tuberculosis. And out on the South Side, he was young, he was a teenager. They didn't have any sports facilities or anything for the young. And he was the one that started an activity center. So he was always one who activated himself in such positive and an amazing way. He was a crusader, as I said, for those that did not have a voice. I think there was one other thing personally that I wanted to tell you about him. Till the day he died, he had the San Jose Mercury, and the first thing he read was everything about sports, and the second thing he read, of course, was politics. Oh, and Cesar Chavez's book, he is shielding himself as he was being lunging in the head. So these are just some of the things that he did to help others. So thank you. And I feel so honored that he's being honored. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Danny Barrera, followed by Elias Salinas.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Danny Barrera. I'm the new executive director for Homeless de Antonio. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be a part of this community. And I just wanted to come and bring a little bit of awareness about homelessness. We have something awesome happening over there, but it seems like a few of us have forgotten or gotten busy. And I want to invite you guys back. Send your seniors to the center. There's a lot of awesome services there. Our meal times at lunch, we have our Meals on Wheels program. We transfer our seniors all over the city, the county. We send some of our seniors, we drive them for transport all the way out to the Stafford Medical Center sometimes, at least once a week. We do some really great work. I have an amazing staff, and I'm so honored and proud that the board chose me to lead Hoganess. But I want to bring awareness and let the community know we are open. The doors are open. We are here. We've been here almost 50 years. Next year will be 50 years of Hoganess in Hollister. So please, please come by and volunteer. It would mean a lot to our seniors that are there every single day. For someone just to spend a moment with them and play bingo, serve them a meal, something simple, play the guitar, lead an exercise class. There's so many things that you can do. If you just want to answer phones or help us call some of the seniors and check on them and make sure they're okay and to see if they need someone to listen to. Someone to listen to them. Holiness is a very special place, and I want to put that back on everybody's radar. We are here, we are open, and we serve every senior that comes to our door. Thank you all for your support. I've read so much about Pauline. I had the honor of going through her desk, moving myself in, but it was amazing to read her handwritten notes and the work that she's done, the passion that she has, and the passion she's instilled in her staff. Please, I encourage you, stop by my office, talk with my staff, talk with me, find out how you can get involved. Please go to our website, find out more about us, jdaseniors.org. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Elias Salinas, to be followed by Mickey Solorio Luna.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, and you forgot to mention that it's not just for Latinos, it's for everybody is welcome, and it does have a Spanish name, but it's everybody is welcome to use the organization. And I'm gonna put my glasses on. I want to start off with, what is it that the city can do, this, as a city, and working together with San Benito County? What can you do to help with the high prices of gas compared to our neighboring counties, Santa Clara, Monterey County? So where does it start? It's got to start somewhere. And I'm hoping that y'all can have a dialogue between yourselves and talk to the different businesses on what it is. I mean, I saved at Safeway in Morgan Hill compared to Safeway in Hollister, literally $1 a gallon. So there's a big difference, and everybody's complaining about it. People are not buying their gas in this county, and we're losing Measure G funds that are to fix the roads. So if you're not gonna buy your gasoline in San Benito County, or you're going to drive an electric vehicle, don't complain about the road conditions. That's my opinion. And I was so excited today to read the Needle Link. There was a mailer out by Hollister Guardians. I don't know who these folks are, or folk, one person, I don't know. Who is funding to spend money on these mailers to just berate with a bunch of lies of this council? There were 6 lies accusing this council, regardless of Mr. Resendez, who is not on there because he's cleaner than anybody else, but the rest of you making these decisions. And the Needle Link did a fact check. And all the items that were on that mailer are not true. We know that it's not true, but people don't listen to us because they're thinking, well, they're just a rhetoric and protecting and defending the others. Mayor Mia Casey has gone out there and she's put it all out there in 3 different parts. This is what happened, this is what happened, and this is what happened. This is the continuation, in my opinion. I can't prove it, but I think Ignacio Velasquez is behind this. He continues and continues to lie, and that is exactly why he should not be elected supervisor.
The next public speaker is Mario Luna, followed by Michael Salinas.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm gonna bring it back to Frank Valenzuela. Who is Frank Valenzuela? Well, there's so much that's been written about Frank Valenzuela, my friend. And I can tell you that he was the first Latino mayor of the city of Hollister, and he was elected at large election. He was a true advocate for the people. He served with dignity and a sense of duty for all residents. He was mindful and caring of all residents. He knew how to prioritize needs of the city, and he would speak with anybody at any time. I remember I retired here after 30 years of working in the city of Hollister, and Frank would call me from time to time to say, I'm reading about it in the San Jose Mercury, you know, the Southern fortune for the city. He cared for the city. And last year, like his family said, and I thank Councilmember Timbers for attending the Avenida Centrales walkathon. He came with his walker. He walked and it goes up the steep a little bit. I said, Frank, maybe you should stay back. He goes, no, I'm walking. This is probably going to be my last march for my friend Cesar Chavez. And I said, okay. We watched him very carefully. He walked, and a lot of people walked with him. But you know what? That man cared about this community. It didn't matter where he was. Articles are written about him in New York, in Arizona, Texas, here. But he never forgot Hollister. He always came back to talk about his hometown. When Alfred dropped off
a packet of information about Frank, and I had a lot of stuff already on him. My God, it was just amazing what a Hollister guy had done for the nation, for Santa Clara County, for all of us. And he is certainly a role model. You know, he visited Hollister whenever he could. Mary Louise Kennedy, his sister, my neighbor down the street. I remember seeing Frank from time to time, but you know what? He never forgot Hollister. He never forgot the purpose of service as a council member, as a police officer, as the head of the probation department of San Bernardino County. And the list goes on and on and on. So today, tonight, as we speak about Frank Valenzuela, remember that name. Because someday I'm hoping the city of Hollister will remember that name, whether it's going to be in a park, a street, anything, because Frank Valenzuela put us on the map. And let me tell you, as you adjourn tonight, I hope that you will adjourn in his memory. He was one of our guys. He was one of us. I mean, he was a person that will always be respected and remembered. Thank you. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Michael Salinas, to be followed by Bridget Ballenthorpe.
Council members, Mayor, Chief. I'll keep this brief, mindful of your time. I'm here today to express our gratitude to the council and the city of Hollister for their generous support and funding and taking risks on our individual passion, commitment, and dreams, particularly in providing services for those dealing with substance use and mental health issues. It is the leap of faith and trust in the process from all of you that propelled Youth Recovery Connection to its current standing. As of today, YRC has secured 3 different grants, totaling $4.2 million. While the funds aren't solely ours, they are being utilized to offer services and education to individuals currently grappling with addiction or in recovery. We are eagerly awaiting a zoning permit, a crucial step to extend treatment services to those in more advanced stages of addiction. Furthermore, we have entered into a contract with Central California Alliance Healthcare, enabling us to bill for the services we'll be providing in the future. I want to extend my sincere thanks for the tremendous support from the council and the city of Hollister. A special acknowledgement goes to Rick Perez, who had missed the traffic accident involving his son, has continued to support YRC. Thank you, Rick. And thank you all. I truly appreciate each one of you and the city of Hollister. I do want to invite all of you to come visit Youth Recovery Connections, located at 721 Monterey Street. Come and experience the firsthand the positive influence that the city of Hollister contributes to. That's it, guys. Thank you.
And Mayor Casey, those are all the speakers. The other person over there.
All right, so we'll move on then to consent agenda. Do any members of the council have any brief questions or comments as far as the consent agenda? Councilmember Resendez, anything? No. Councilmember Burns?
No, ma'am.
Councilmember Best? All right, so do you have any public comment on consent agenda?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for any of the consent agenda items.
And is anyone looking to pull any item from consent? No? Wow. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye. Motion carries
Yeah.
5-0. We're going to move on then to our public hearings. Item 1 is ordinance number 1242, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hollister, amending these sections 2.04, 15, 2.12, 2.04, 0.020. Okay, let's just say 2.04 of Title 2 of the Hollister Municipal Code to update the council code of conduct. City Attorney, you're going to give a staff report. Could you clarify the agenda item for me?
Yes, so, this item, so typically the city hears an ordinance for the second time, it does so on consent, not as a public hearing. Typically, it's the first introduction of the ordinance is the public hearing, and then the second, adoption of the ordinance is on consent. That's just the city of Hollister's procedure. In this case, the city clerk wasn't able to notice the public hearing for the introduction item, about a month ago. And so instead, we're doing the public hearing with the second reading of the ordinance and with the adoption. So although it's kind of out of order from what you're used to, both processes are within the law. And so tonight, when we vote on this item, it will be to approve it in investigation.
Give us a staff report, that's all.
So this item is adoption of an ordinance amending the city council code of conduct. The code of conduct prescribes appropriate conduct for city council members and penalties for not adhering to that code of conduct. The city council recently expressed an interest in modifying the existing code of conduct to impose harsher penalties on city council members that don't adhere to the code, and formed an ad hoc committee comprised of the mayor and councilmember Morales to draft amendments to the code of conduct. Currently, a council member who intentionally or repeatedly doesn't follow proper conduct may be reprimanded or formally censured by the city council. They may lose seniority or committee assignments, or they may lose other privileges that are afforded by the city council. The amended ordinance added the following additional possible sanctions: loss of the ability to be appointed mayor pro tem, loss of travel funds, loss of use of discretionary funds, and escalating financial penalties. The loss of discretionary funds only applies for that council member's district. It only applies to the ability of that penalized council member to use the funds, but the funds are still available and may still be allocated to the council member's district or for some other purpose at a member of the council member's district's request. The financial penalties are for $100 for the first disciplinary action, $200 for the second, and $300 for the third or any subsequent action within 12 months. Oh, I'm sorry, 500, right, it's 500. At the December 18th City Council meeting, the City Council also asked the city attorney to amend section 2.041512 representation of private interest to not restrict the ability of any city council member to meet with any constituent. Also on December 18th, the City Council directed the city attorney to research whether or not the City Council can amend the code of conduct to require a forfeit scope for any future amendments. We did do that research. The government code states that resolutions, orders for the payment of money, and all ordinances require a recorded majority vote of the total membership of the city council. The government code also provides that urgency ordinances are required to be passed by a supermajority supports it. In addition, there is a general rule that one legislative body may not limit its own power or restrict the power of its successor bodies. So although the law doesn't expressly prohibit the city council from requiring a forfeit scope for a future amendment, our recommendation is that you only require a supermajority, because the law is clear that there are certain types of ordinances that require a supermajority. And also clear that you may not bind the ability of your successors to amend.
I'm sorry, did you say you're recommending that we do a supermajority or that we stick with a simple?
Recommending that you stick with a simple.
Okay, sorry, just want to make sure.
And with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Do we have any questions for the city attorney? Councilmember Lucentis?
Thank you. So for the financial penalties, we've gone over this before, but in your research, have you seen any other cities in the state of California or in the country that have done something like this before?
We're not aware.
So this council would be setting a legal precedent if somebody were to challenge this action?
As far as we know, but as I mentioned, we're just not aware.
And would your recommendation be to adopt this policy?
We've provided our legal analysis to council and company.
So it's confidential. You're not going to disclose to the public what your recommendation would be?
Correct.
Okay. Very well. So the other thing is, for the other section that you've stated to meet with constituents, it's my understanding that that clause was put in there to discourage council members from having secret meetings with funders, like, let's say, developers. So that doesn't necessarily constitute as a constituent. But removing that clause or changing the clause as the majority of this council is requesting would now allow for them to meet with developers. Is that not correct?
Yeah, and I use the term constituents just in my verbal staff report as a word to mean anybody. But I think that was the intent of the amendment, was to remove most of that provision of the ordinance to allow city council members to use that.
Very good. Those are my questions. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Burns, any questions?
No questions, Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember Prince, any questions?
No question. I'm ready to move forward.
Okay. So I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. City clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, we have 3 speakers for this item.
Three?
Yes, 3. The first one is Rebecca Viejas, and the second is followed by Martha Garcia.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to go speak, so I'm going to this. My name is Rebecca Villegas. I am in San Diego County resident. I've lived here since 1959. So, taking how old I am. And I have a concern. How can you charge a person for speaking out? I don't think it's, I'm not the law, I don't think it's legal. I don't think so. And when a representative is speaking out, it's because he or she needs to be heard. And they're speaking for us, and we need to hear what they have heard, and we have. And that's freedom of speech, and that's in the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Martha Garcia, followed by Elia Salinas.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Marta García. Soy una persona que está en el Distrito 2. No estamos de acuerdo con la penalidad que se le está cobrando a la persona que nos representa.
Can you hold just a minute? You can translate for us.
She said, people from District 2 are not, agreeing with the fees being charged.
Pensamos que esta persona está ahí porque ella sabe, esta persona sabe lo que se necesita en nuestro distrito y por eso la elegimos para que esté ahí, para que nos ayude.
They feel like they elected their representative because they know what is needed in that district, and that's why they chose them.
Bueno, es todo.
Good night, that's it.
The next public speaker is Elia Salinas.
Good evening. One of the reasons why you have chosen to do this, because you actually have a city councilman up there clapping after the speaker when you're talking about the decorum and behavior of the council. It's amazing. It doesn't matter what it does. And I know what you mean by meeting with constituents. I would use an example as a city council member meeting at a school with constituents of that area so they can impact their opinion based on lies. Let's go back to that Hollister Guardians mail that went out. These people have been showing up because Council Member Resendez has been spewing these lies, and these poor folks, they believe it. They thought that they were going to get the capacity, double the capacity of a sewer system, when it all in fact had to do with fixing the membranes so that it would not break down. And we're not just talking about, this is not just about Councilman Resendez. And it's funny that these people come up, and the reason why I'm pointing at him is because they're here to defend him without actually with the knowledge and without knowledge of what it is about. This is not about Resendez. This is about everyone's decorum and behavior so it can stop it in the future if another individual like Resendez gets appointed here. The personalities are completely different. The opinions are completely different, and that's why you get voted here. You bring in and you represent your entire constituents of the entire city. But when you go out there and you spew lies, I have been the target of verbal, public, and social media statements from this council member, Resendez. And the city mayor at the time would just allow it. And it is so refreshing to see that we have 4 council members that at least will speak and call to order when someone gets out of line. And it should be someone, not just one individual, which unfortunately continues to happen. It's the bullying, even the comment made to your city council. The question was answered, and you had to come back with a smarter remark. He knew what the answer was, but he's trying to make it out there, so I am the victim. This guy is a bully. You are a bully. You know you're a bully, but God, you cry. You're the victim. You throw out the first shot, made you run away when someone answered you.
And those are all the speaker cards we've received for this item.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing then. All right, do we have further discussion and deliberation, Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is important. This is history in the making. Nowhere in the entire United States of America has a law been passed like this by the city council. We're setting legal precedent, a very dangerous time. Speech is going to be suppressed. It's called chilling a council member's speech. And in doing so, you're also silencing the voices of the constituents who I represent, who are of minority descent and lower socioeconomic class. This will be challenged in every single level of the court, if need be. This is a very dangerous precedent. It should not be occurring by this council or any throughout the United States of America, and that's why it's never been done before. This is wrong. You know it's wrong, and this is the legacy that you will leave behind, not only here in the city of Hollister, but throughout the entire country. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll leave the politics out, and I'm ready to move forward when you're ready for a motion.
Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, I just make a quick moment. You know what's it? This is a code of conduct. This is not a violation of your speech. We just want to have order. That's what we're doing, and it's not just for Roland, it's for me. It's for Doris. It's for Jim and me, Mary. This is not about trying to silence or punish District 2. Are you kidding me? Look, we're in the process. I didn't know if I can speak on anything else, but it's, you know what? There's the sewer thing. It's like, you know what, we as a city are coming together to solve this problem. You know what, for as many decades as it's been there, and everyone smelled the smell. It took us this long to this council to address that issue and to fix it. And unfortunately, we had to come to a city council meeting with a bunch of signs instead of just people just coming and saying, hey, we have a problem, can you help us? You know, so it's simple talk, respect one another. You know what? We don't want that smell. We don't want you guys to smell that smell. But you know what? There's a way to do things. A way to talk to people. You don't just start pushing people.
Councilmember, can you keep it to the public conduct as much as possible?
Yeah, so this is about conduct. It's not about silencing anybody.
Yeah. Only 2 comments. One is that I know that city attorney said she was not aware of any. It doesn't mean there's nothing in the country. And I remember reading something, I think in Seattle. So I don't think we can make blanket statements that nowhere in the United States of America is this taking place. The second thing is when we talk about chilling speech, I want to say that one of the things to me that chills speech is when anyone comes up here and speaks at the podium and they're either interrupted, called names, or have accusations thrown out. That chills speech. And I actually did have residents and other folks speak to me and say, well, this one evening we were going to speak, but there was so much animosity and when people were being, called names, I didn't feel comfortable speaking. That is chilling speech. So that's what we're trying to get rid of, is the politics on the dais, the name calling, the disrespect towards, other council members and even members of the public. That's all we want. It's not about advocating for District 2. It's not about advocating for anyone's district. There's always that opportunity to advocate on issues, but it has to be done in a courteous manner and not putting forth false statements or calling people names or making members of the public so uncomfortable that they don't come up and speak. That's an issue for me. And so that's all I have to say about that. And if someone would like to make a motion at this point.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Mayor, I'm gonna request that we do a roll call vote, please. Thank you.
All right, we do a roll call vote, please.
Yes, Councilmember Perez,
Yep.
Councilmember Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1. Councilmember Resendez opposing. Thank you.
Let's move on. We're gonna go to council business. Item 1, we're gonna have a discussion and direction regarding landfill expansion from our city attorney. If you get the staff report.
Good evening again. At the last council meeting on December 18th, the city council asked for more information regarding the John Smith Road landfill expansion. The city continues to review this matter and did send the city council a memorandum prior to tonight's meeting. The memo contains a legal risk analysis, much of which is attorney-client privilege. So my staff report is only going to discuss that information that is already public. So in short, it has been confirmed that the city is the owner of the Class 1 hazardous waste facility located at the landfill. And so the city does have the responsibility for its operation and monitoring into the future. And those requirements will continue until such time as that facility has been clean closed, or also called remediated. Staff understands that remediation activity will likely cost a substantial amount of money. The current operators of landfill have offered to clean close the facility themselves as part of their landfill expansion proposal. And that could include a sale of the hazardous waste facility land, which then could be used as a part of that landfill expansion. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, or city manager has some additional thoughts.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, as same as the last meeting, we do have the county's attorney that's handling the landfill matters on Zoom that's available for questions.
All right, so we have questions from the council. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I did have somebody reach out to me requesting more information. So it is concerning that the information that we're receiving is attorney-client privilege. What can we do to get as much information and be as transparent as possible with the public as in regards to this issue? We asked for an analysis. You gave us an analysis, but now we can't tell the public what that analysis is, and we can't share information with them. So I'm just wondering, what can we do to better partner with them to be more transparent on this issue?
I do think that it would be helpful to, if there are specific questions, we could draft responses that would still, protect the private information, but also include only the public information. So that would be one approach.
Okay, and would you recommend that they ask a council member those questions and we get those to you, and then you'll get them back to us?
Yeah, or if they prefer to speak with the city manager, I think that would be.
Okay,
to us.
yeah.
Whichever.
Streamline it. Okay, very well. And then as opposed to, and then the other question was, as far as us owning the hazardous waste portion of the landfill, that's been determined that we do own that.
That's correct.
And you're not comfortable saying what the cost to sort of remedy that situation would be in public to the city of Hollister?
Only because the estimate is really kind of based on anecdotal information. One staff member has gone through the similar process in another city, and it's just really kind of based on what we experience. We don't have a good estimate.
All right. And then just following up on Councilmember Burns' last question, or not question, statement. He said he doesn't really see a benefit to the citizens of the city of Hollister in expanding this landfill. I couldn't either, and in your analysis, could you point out some potential benefits, or are you on the same boat with us that we don't really see a benefit to the citizens to expand the landfills.
We provided a legal analysis and didn't consider other types of benefits, so that may be something that the manager or perhaps someone else should address.
We touched on at the last meeting, I mean, for the resident itself, eventually it becomes full. And, then you're into the whole transfer station to dispose of your waste. I know the county has done multiple presentations on that of what those costs would be. To then have your waste transferred to another facility. So, that has been one of the key factors is the, providing the opportunity for future years for the residents at low cost, access to the landfill.
Very good. So there's a monetary benefits if we were to expand our landfills to the residents to not have to pay as much potentially, because we're not in charge of that either, right?
That is correct. I'd hate to be so certain as to say you will save this or you will not, but typically once it's full, then you're dealing with the whole concept of the transfer station. And if the attorney for the county would like to get more information on the transfer station, if you'd like to do that, or more to bring her on as well.
I'm good with that. So thank you so much for that information. Appreciate it.
Councilman, is there any questions?
Yes, it's pertaining to the city property there. Why do we still have it? And why do we still own it and do we want to? Can we give directions to seek negotiations?
If it was the will of the council to entertain negotiations with another party to dispose of that property, if we had consensus, that's something that we could entertain and bring back for discussion. If you want.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I can.
It's good. Nothing. Okay.
I was just gonna make a statement. Again, I have not had any conversations, and you're supposed to do this, by the way, with any of the people who have a financial interest in the landfills. Thank you.
Senator Burns is not here, so I think we're gonna go to public comment then. How many folks do we have?
Mayor Casey, we currently have 10 speakers for this item. Okay, the first speaker is Manny, to be followed by Maureen Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. I just recently went to a meeting concerning the landfill issue. I have seen many signs along the roadways in the county and the city. And I didn't know a whole lot about it until this meeting that we just had. And I must admit that even at my age now, at 80, almost 83 years old, that I was pretty polarized when I came out of there, because on this proposal, I'm not speaking so much on the issues of the pros and the cons, the risk reward. If we all want to learn more information about it, on this end of it, do not dump on San Benito County. You can go to don't on San Benito County.org to find all those facts and figures. So what I'm speaking mostly on is based on emotion and my own common sense of all the incidents that have happened along these lines of proposals like this. I am a progressive person. I like progress that is very contained and very reasonable. But on this particular proposal, why I'm so adamant about it is because for this old adage, there's something like this that has happened before, that companies with big money that have come upon big things, like catastrophic situations that have happened as a result of those decisions, that were supposed to be safe. I talk about catastrophic things like Chernobyl. I think about in the oil line Exxon Valdez, places that have toxic water that have caused cancer. Right behind our backyard here, we have Prudale. And my whole thing is always is that when things like this happen, you're not aware of the consequences that could happen. The things that affected me is when I saw something like 140 trucks to the tune of 40,000 or 20,000 or 20 tons each going through our streets, the town of Hollister, in front of Ridgemart, and the noise pollution, all of the things that can happen as a result of this expansion, then I have a concern because I'm not speaking just for me, but I'm speaking for the ones who still can't speak for themselves or future generations. Think about the dangers. Thank you very much.
The next public speaker is William Nelson, to be followed by Shelley Geisler.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I am don'tdumponsandbenito.org. So as you have heard over the last 3 years, yes, we've been doing it for 3 years, 2,300 tons of trash per day is what is being requested for our landfill. San Benito County has put in less than 240 tons per day since inception of the landfill. Continues less than 240. What was new to me was there's an additional 1,071 tons per day of beneficial waste. That beneficial waste doesn't come on angel's wings. That beneficial waste comes in 20-ton trucks also. So that adds a whole new realm. Our roads are already bad enough. Now we're looking at Highway 25 because that's the panacea, thinking that because it's a state highway, the state's going to repair Highway 25. Not going to happen. You're not going to see it. So I ask all citizens and you, decision makers, is it really worth the risk to our health? Is it really worth the amount of money to repair our roads, our infrastructure? Is this what we're looking at? There's a projection in the paperwork that says, 2030. Well, we're 3 years off from starting. So in 2033, there's a potential that the county could earn $7.1 million from this landfill expansion operation. Well, the Fairview Road, 2.5 miles, 2 lanes, 3 years ago, new pavement cost $3 million. If we were to replace that pavement today, in today's dollars, it would be well over $4 million. What do you think it will cost in 2033? Over $7.1 million potentially. So what did we gain? What did that money give us? Not a darn thing, just more headaches and more potholes and more environmental degradation to us as a community and to your citizens. It is not a winning proposition, it's a losing proposition. We don't need to be bullied by the large corporations. And yes, landfills do have a lifespan, but until society is given opportunity or reason, change doesn't happen. And change isn't easy, I grant you that, but change can happen. I have 2 degrees in environmental science from San Jose State University. I have a degree in management and policy. I know this. I ran a recycling center. We can change, we can do better. And I ask you to really think about this. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Shelley Geisler, to be followed by Valerie Green.
Mayor, Council, my name is Shelley Geisler. I just wanted you to know that I had grandparents that immigrated here from Italy. My parents were born and raised here. I've been in Hollister for 55 years. I taught for 32 years. I've seen a lot happen here in this county, many changes. Some are good. But I'm not for some changes that I see happening. I used to ride a lot. I was an avid cyclist, rode all around the county, all the back roads. So it's a beautiful county. I would hate to see it damaged in any way. I'm just letting you know that I hope this dump doesn't go through. I can understand expanding the dump for the citizens here, but certainly not outside counties. But thank you.
The next public speaker is Alan Reed, followed by Bella Rosales.
Good evening, Mayor Casey and council members. I've served this lectern on several occasions to speak about the dangers of going ahead with the expansion of the Johnson Smith landfill. I continue to believe that this expansion is dangerous and a horrible move for San Benito County. There are so many reasons to oppose this project: the destruction of our roads, the threat to groundwater supply, health concerns for residents that live near the dump, safety of residents with a large number of heavy trucks going through Hollister. Hollister's reputation, very valuable, irreplaceable. We have a reputation of being a beautiful, green, open space county, gorgeous, especially in the spring. And that will become known as the site for the mega dump, possibly a future fund site. Is that going to be something that we want to be known for? Is that going to invite people who will want to come and buy all the houses that are being built around here? That's a reputation that we will never be able to live down, that our grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be stuck with. Hollister, the site of the mega dump, higher than the mountains around us. And a large number of residents don't even want this to happen. Mayor Casey and council members, you're all aware of the hazards and dangers regarding the landfill. It appears you're not very interested in the health and welfare of San Benito County residents. If you were confident about the health and safety of the landfill, you'd come out and take a public stand on the landfill issues. Residents need to know where you stand. Your silence on this issue leads one to believe that you're afraid to take a stand for or against the expansion of the John Smith landfill. The dangers from the expanded landfill outweigh the benefits to San Benito County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Bella Rosales, followed by Jessica Woolander.
Good evening, council. My name is Bea Rosales, and I'm here today as a concerned citizen. An expansion of the landfill would be extremely detrimental to the ecology and environment of the city. So although the decision ultimately will come from the county, this city council should be just as concerned about a possible expansion, because it won't just affect the area around the landfill, it will affect the entire city and every person in it. So I urge the council to take direction on this item in a way that will protect this city from the ecological hazards that an expansion would cause. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Jessica Woolander, followed by Barry Katz.
Good evening, and thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. My name is Jessica Woolander, and I am the Environmental Associate for Green Foothills, a nonprofit dedicated to protecting open space, farmland, and natural resources for the benefit of all through education, advocacy, and grassroots action. Since our founding in 1962, our work has led to the permanent protection of nearly 200,000 acres of open space, including many beloved preserves and critical habitat areas. My main focus is on the Upper Pajaro watershed, which includes San Benito County. As you know, on January 31st, the Planning Commission will determine whether or not they recommend the John Smith Road landfill be expanded to 5 times its current size, from 95 acres to 403 acres. That's the size of 365 football fields. This massive expansion is not because San Benito County's residents produce that much garbage, but rather because The landfill operators hoping to accept waste from neighboring counties in order to increase their revenue. Instead of less than 300 tons of trash per day generated by San Benito residents, the John Smith Road landfill would become a mega dump, receiving up to 2,300 tons of garbage per day, 87% of which would come from out of county. Expanding the landfill could have impacts on the environment that are massive. Contamination of groundwater is a serious concern. Recently, the landfill operators were forced to test the wells of nearby residents due to a leak of toxic forever chemicals. And increasing the size of the landfill would only increase the risk of more contamination. The landfill itself would use massive amounts of water, up to 408,000 gallons per day, and would increase air pollution. In addition to the methane gas released by the landfill itself, there would be significantly more trucks on the road. And the haul route goes right by hospitals, shopping centers, homes, grocery stores, and the proposed site of the new high school in Hollister. At capacity, the landfill would create so much garbage, it would change the view of the hills in the area. It would take beautiful rolling hills in the area and turn them literally into a mountain of trash. And it is Hollister, your community and your constituents who will feel the brunt of this impact without gaining any of the benefit. And so for the sake of your city, we are asking you to take action, tell the planning commission and the board of supervisors to deny the expansion of the landfill. Thank you so much.
The next public speaker is Barry Katz, to be followed by Julio Rodriguez.
Good evening. I'm also here about the landfill. We've heard from other speakers tonight about the dangers to groundwater pollution, air pollution, and I don't want you to think these are exaggerated at all. I sent each of you an email. I know you guys get a lot of emails, and maybe you haven't read it, but please look for it. It's the subject title is "Can the City Become Known as the Home of a Mega Dump?" So I beg you to look into that and you'll see literally 20 different news media articles of what has happened in northern LA County. Los Angeles County is having major problems with two of its big landfills. I'm going to focus on the Chiquita Canyon landfill, which is near the Grapevine area in Santa Clarita. You've probably never heard of Chiquita Canyon, but they've probably never heard of Hollister, except maybe it's a clothing line. I want to talk about this one because it's operated by Waste Connections, the very same company that's proposing to expand our landfill. There have been between January and August, when the article was written, they have received 1,200 complaints about odors and hundreds of violations from the California Air Resources Board. The city is facing a class action lawsuit. So if you want to talk about liability, there you go. I don't think the city would be at risk. You may help in order to pass a resolution and saying you're opposed to it in case it does ever come up. They say the problems at the Chiquita Canyon were triggered by heavy rainfall, the sort that we had last January. Those are pretty much straight lines. The EPA, the federal EPA, has taken over the repairs there's a bit of a debate going on. They want Waste Connections to build a trench, sort of a fire break, but Waste Connections says that would cost around $6 million, and they would have to remove 20 million tons of garbage from the landfill. It would have to be removed from the landfill to create this effect. So this is happening. This is happening in many, many landfills. They act like landfills are so different. I've been challenged. Why do you call it a landfill? It's not a landfill. Why do you call it a dump? It's a landfill. Landfills are kind of an experiment in progress. They think they have these ideas, but it's clearly showing all over the country it's not working. It's just too many times. Major problems, both with water and air pollution. Please, it's a new year. Let's act smart. Let's not make this the year of the negative. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez, to be followed by Rudy Boucher.
Good afternoon, city council. It's a pleasure to be up here. Waste Connections, it's a 44, the net worth about $44 billion. The sole purpose of the corporate model of Waste Connections, is to maximize profit, to contribute to the shareholders. Their interest is not necessarily for the well-being of the people of San Diego County. Yes, they would say, oh, we're gonna take all these preventative measures, but the reality is that's your guys' job. The city council, the county supervisors, is to make sure that the people are safe, and essentially listen to what the people want. It's very clear that people do not want this landfill. I mean, very resounding. Former council member Marty Richmond written several articles. I recommend that you guys go back and read them about we're getting a pretty bum deal when it comes down to it. I guess what I urge the city council to do is to take a strong position on this. We had a former mayor who took strong positions on these kind of things. Yeah, he may have not liked them, but took strong positions. We've had these supervisors take strong positions. We've had, even like I said, Marty Richmond took a strong position. It's important we take strong positions on these things. To kind of waffle in the wind, that doesn't do a whole lot. Lastly, I'd just like to say, I think we as a society, this is kind of more for everyone, but we as a society have a serious problem with the commodification of every facet of our society. I throw something away and somehow somebody's making profit off that. I take a water bottle, I go to McDonald's and somehow a company's making money off that. I mean, we really have to internalize this and look, like, there's something seriously wrong with our society that garbage is making somebody billions of dollars. There's something wrong with that. You look at Japan, who has the best waste collections in the world. So I urge the city council, I urge board of supervisors, I urge everyone to look at other models in the world. It doesn't have to be this mega corporation that does it, that handles our waste. Anyway, thank you so much and have a good night.
The next public speaker is Rudy Boucher, followed by Elliot Still.
Hello, Hollister City Council, citizens of Hollister. It's me again, Rudy Boucher, just a member of this small town turned big city overnight. Yeah, we are on the precipice of some pretty big decisions, right? This is a big one, right? This is a big one. If you think about what we do here in government is to make good decisions that impact the quality of life of people that live here, right? That's why we get so fiery here. We're all passionate about this place. We all have a strong will and we want to get our ideas heard. We just need to work together. So I just want us to think about certain things that we don't always think about when we're in the minutia of life and we're going through the day to day. I'd like us to think about posterity, right? What happens after we're gone? What kind of world are we leaving for the people that are coming after us, right? We've got kids. What world are we going to leave for them? What do you want to be remembered for? This guys, right? This is your turn to lead. I think you guys are doing pretty good. A lot of things to look positively upon. But what do we Hollisterites want to be known for, right? I just don't know about this dump expansion. Now, some people say we have about 15 years at current levels. We're about 300 tons a day right now. The Waste Connections or Waste Solutions looks to go to about 2,300. My parents live on Fairview Road, and I will tell you that the hundreds of people that I know on that road, they can feel the difference between 300 tons a day and 800. right? You will notice and we will feel it. Those people who are not part of this don't dump on San Benito movement, they're gonna notice that difference between 300 to 800 to 1100 to 2300. They're gonna feel it and they're gonna wake up. So I really want us to think about what world we're gonna be living in, what Hollister we're gonna be living in, what life is gonna be like with all of these dump trucks and water trucks parading, I mean, down Fairview to John Smith Road, 25 to Fairview to John Smith Road. They're telling us it's gonna go straight 25 through town to Best. You're gonna see dump trucks, water trucks mixing volatility with passenger vehicle traffic on our roads. The roads are taking a pounding. Fairview is doing a Herculean job just staying in one piece. Let's think about the quality of life that we're leaving for people that come after us. Let's think about the quality of life that we're going to be living through. And let's think about each other and make good decisions. We've got 15 years. Let's take the time to get this right.
The next public speaker is Elliot Sco, followed by Elliot Salinas.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and the general public. I'm Elvia Scal, San Diego County resident. Bringing garbage from 5 counties, 57 towns, 6 million people's trash into a community of 65,000 for the next 50 years is an environmental injustice to our community. Let's be respectful stewards of the land. Please don't be fooled by money. This is a rotten deal for Hollister and San Diego County, starting with the route going through our town. The traffic, the noise, the air pollution, road damage, toxic chemicals, methane leaks. We must protect water aquifers and, most important, put health and safety of residents first. Again, please don't be fooled by money. I recently heard someone say San Benito County is an undiscovered gem. I had to agree. We have lots to admire and explore in this county. Pinnacles, wineries, Hollister Hills, etc. We don't need a mountain of trash to ruin it. I know firsthand that city and county officials visit other cities and counties to see and learn what is working for their communities. I recommend the city and county officials to visit either of the 2 large landfills that have an underground, uncontrollable, spontaneous chemical combustion reaction in LA, which is being managed by Waste Solutions, and smell the nauseating, pungent odor firsthand. It's a train wreck waiting to happen in our community. Remember the song, "This land is my land, and this land is your land"? Well, let's protect it. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Elliot Salinas, to be followed by Barbara.
Good evening. I took you all by surprise a few months ago when I'm the one that came forward and told you that you're responsible for the class 1, and you didn't believe me, so we started doing some research. So thank you for doing that. Class 1, you're responsible for it, and it's going to cost tens of millions of dollars. Tens of millions of dollars. The landfill right now is 95 acres, and it's going to increase to 195 acres, leaving 288 acres as a buffer zone. Keep that in mind because you keep hearing the opposite. There are approximately 67,000 people in the entire county. 40,000 are from the city of Hollister. The city of Hollister benefits more from the landfill than the entire county does. The landfill's life expansion is actually closer to 12 years. So the legacy that you will leave is that this county will expand the landfill for 80 to 100 years because there is nowhere else to go. Marina is not, you're not gonna be guaranteed that the trash will go there. San Benito County is not in the business of operating a landfill, and that is why they have a management company. That is where we are today. And where we are today with class 1 for the city of Hollister is because those people that were managing it were not doing it correctly. And there can be leakage and it has to be cleaned up. So let's talk about the transfer station. Got to find a location, do an EAR, CEQA, got to find a property, got to do the costs, got to do the permits, got to pay attorneys, got to pay consultant fees. We're talking approximately, and I'm going low on this, $27 million for San Benito County to come up for a transfer station. And then yet, where are they going to take it? Because there's no guarantee where it's going to go. You come here, and it reminds me of cannabis. This is the loud minority, not the quiet majority. This is a decision that's going to be done by the San Benito County, and you can have an opinion. But remember that your opinion is based on the fact that, don't forget, 40,000 of your citizens are the ones that are using that landfill right now. And I'm just curious, where is integrated waste management within the discussions that you're having? I would like to see them come forward and give you, they're the ones that actually know more than anybody on what's going on with the landfill. And they'll give you an honest opinion on that. Traffic on 25. We currently have trucks on 25.
The next public speaker is Barbara, to be followed by Joseph Howard.
My name is Barbara, and I live right by the landfill. I have now tolerated potholes, my car being wrecked from them, and so has everyone else who lives up that direction. I have a mutual well, okay? Now, our mutual well is being polluted with manganese and arsenic, and on occasion, E. coli. It's already killed 2 of my animals this last year and a third just recently. So this is ridiculous. This needs to go before the voters of this county, not just a few people like yourself. And the same goes for the Board of Supervisors. I'm living in a cancer pocket. 3 of my neighbors have all died of brain cancer, and it's one house, the next house, and the next house down. If they're gonna put all of this water in, it's leaking into our aquifer. I had people, when I spoke to the Board of Supervisors one evening, catch me out in the hall and say, oh no, it's not the water that's causing your problem, it's the dirt. Believe me, guys, it's not the dirt. And also the route that they want to go. Did you know that the PG&E gas line goes right along parallel Best Road? So you're telling me you're going to have these heavy trucks going down Best Road. Think of San Bruno when the gas line blew up and killed people and destroyed many houses. Best Road is just above me, and we just got it paid from all of the potholes that have been in there for years. Now you're going to take trucks that are going to go on a road that is not thick enough to handle the heavy construction like a freeway would, to go down that road daily and wreck the road again. But think of how the gas line is only 18 inches down in the ground. That's the main gas line that goes all the way down to Los Angeles. And yes, it's marked. If you go up there, you can see exactly where the gas line goes. And also the dump wants to tie into that gas line. Oh, well, that should be really interesting when they can't even control the water that's depleting my aquifer that I'm having to feed to my animals. Fortunately, I get bottled water, but they don't. And that's why they die. So this is why you've got to consider this goes before the county, the entire population of the county for a vote, and not just a few people. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Joseph Howard, to be followed by Robert Thompson.
Good evening, guys. Just wanted to say there is a reason, I just want to start by saying there is a reason why I drink bottled water now these days. I know it's got plastic in it, it's like not supposed to be good for you or whatever, but like, you know, come on, this is probably gotta be safe at this point. I don't wanna go on this whole, you know, Chernobyl type thing, that people talked about. I know there's some science enthusiasts in the crowd, or at least one I'm sure of. You know, she has talked about science before and she will talk about it again. The law of diffusion is in fact an inviolable law of science. Like, you know how they say gravity's a theory, but we're not gonna jump out windows. The laws even is, like, speaking from someone who's been in the higher echelons of the scientific academia, a law is literally more rigorous than a theory. People are willing to bet, but scientists would rather bet on the law of diffusion over gravity just on any other day. It's like I said, higher level of rigor. It's crazy. As for the landfill itself, I'm not necessarily against the whole truck laying down 25 versus Fairview thing. I will say that you know, as a city council, it would probably be more like to your best interest that it goes down Fairview. It would be to my best interest that it goes down 25 because I like to leave the window open in the summertime. The room gets hot and it's hell. It's hell when trucks drive down Fairview. So I mean, it's kind of like one of those things where it's like if it's your best interest to go to Fairview. I'm obviously not going to go either way with that one. And I also like to point out that they are right about Waste Connections. It is a very large company that is 2,000 miles away in Texas, just outside of Houston, in some place called the Woodlands, which I don't know why they call it that, but whatever. I mean, they're not going to see the consequences of this. I mean, if there is, say, an environmental catastrophe, a lot of people said there will be waste. But if there is, it's going to happen. I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen now, because this is a cycle that goes on and on and on. The same thing happened with the Soviet Union in Chernobyl. Is that usually what happens? You go to them, they say, all right, you screwed up, fix the problem. They say, well, okay, well, we don't really care. We say we have to care, you know, we told you to, and they just sue you and, you know, tie up litigation. A few years goes by, they pay for lawyers, keep throwing things at you, and you keep throwing things back. Eventually, Uncle Sam has to step in because there's an environmental catastrophe, and now it's politically unpopular. And if someone doesn't do something about it, they either win an election or they lose an election. So Uncle Sam has to come and step in. And the only people who really lose is us, because the companies outside of it, we're the ones fighting, we become the ones fighting a lawsuit over an environmental problem. It's the cycle of environmental destructions. Flint, Michigan, the thing down in, what's that place called, South Bend or whatever, like Indiana, it's Chernobyl, it's the same thing. It's just, it goes through this bureaucratic process, eventually it just kind of goes away, except when you get cancer later on. That's just the way things are. It's history. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Robert Thompson, followed by Valerie Markson.
Good evening, Mayor and council people. I'm a retired lawyer and practiced law for 45 years in Santa Clara County. I devoted 20 years of my efforts for environmental issues involving air pollution, noise pollution, all kinds of things. 20 years I did that. Pro bono work, a long time. Wonderful organization. We had 860 members, dues-paying members that allowed us to raise the money to run campaigns against people that were opposing us. Simple as that. So that's what it takes. But better than that is a vote of the people. Let the people make a decision. Let them get informed. Don't take it on your shoulders. What I know about waste management, you can put on the head of a pin, and I'll bet I'm not far behind you guys. That's just the way it is. So let the judgment of the people make the decision. So raising money, we were able to get a different mayor. We were able to affect council at races in a significant way because there were thousands of people that cared about it, but only 800 some odd people willing to open their wallet in a way. It costs money to do those things. So I don't know how I ever got here, but I look out here and this is the heart and soul of San Diego County. That's what you're looking at. That's the center of the heart and soul. So you guys have a responsibility, I think, to pay attention to that, be respectful of the voters Very, very important issue. So I could yammer on forever. When I came to San Benito County, I didn't even know it existed. I came for a trial. I was arriving late. My navigator said, "This is the courthouse." I said, "This is not the goddamn courthouse." I ran out on the street, said, "Where's the courthouse?" One guy said, "Don't sit right there." Right there. What the hell are you talking about? The Superior Court. That's it. Well, so I went to that little modest place where justice was done in my view. I took a walk at the lunch hour and I told my wife, there's a place called Hollister. It's beautiful. It has older houses. It has beautiful houses, tree-lined streets. We got to go down there and invest, and we did, and we love it here. So I'm going to be a small contributor to this group. I'm happy to devote my energies to free. And again, I would say it's a decision for the voters here. I don't know the technicalities. I know that waste management is big business in the Bay Area, and you don't want to become the capital of the dump of Silicon Valley. Thanks.
To be followed by Bridget Allen Thorne.
So I really don't know too much about anything about this. All I know is, I was worried he wasn't going to be able to talk, so I was going to talk. Basically, what I see is happening is that for money reasons, the city, the supervisors, everybody's allowing money to get in the way of quality of life and what's best for the people around here. And, yeah, money talks, you know, I know that, but at the same time, I just look at this place as a wonderful, wonderful place to live. And I'm so glad we moved here, and I'm so glad I'm not a San Jose. And I just see you making some really significant mistakes that you don't need to make. No one needs to go there. You don't need this gigantic dump. You don't need to be called the capital of garbage in California. We don't need to go there. So let's not go there. Let's stop it. You know, you guys have some power over that, supervisors. Use it. Help us. Help this community. Help everybody sitting here, but everybody that lives here. Yeah, there's 40,000 people over there living in Hollister, and they're going to benefit. Who cares? They're not going to benefit. Nobody's going to benefit about having more garbage put into our lands. Nobody benefits. So that's why I was saying. Thank you.
Bridget Allen Thorne.
Yeah, hi, good evening. My name is Bridget Bowman-Thorpe. Thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to talk about the haul route, Airline 25. I wanted to state that the Airline 25 best road is the recommended haul route. Mind you, Fairview Shore Road was the existing route. Now, why would you think Waste Connection wants Highway 25, Airline Highway Best Road as a new improved trash truck haul route? Well, it's all about the money. Because Airline Highway is a state highway, they don't have to pay for the damages. Well, guess what? Who will eventually pay for the damages? Caltrans, and that's us, the taxpayers. So, by the way, in their recommendation, in the best road alternative, that means Highway 25, Airline Highway Best Road, they only have to pay 2.4 million for road improvement. The annual fee would be about 2 million, and the annual for over 23 years. I'm sorry, the annual repair for 23 years would be 4.6 million. Our initial payment for road impact more than covers cost for best road for initial 23 years. That's 4.6 million. Well, guess what happened? By the way, what happened to the former or existing haul route? Fairview Road, Shore Road. Well, that is busted up. It's destroyed. Did the road impact fee pay for it? No, I don't know who's paying for the damages right now. I don't know who's paying to reconstruct the former haul route to standards. What I was reading, to reconstruct to anticipated loading, it cost $59 million. If we would keep the old haul route, Fairview Shore Road, the county would have to come up with 36 million. And guess what? The operator would actually have to come up with 22 million. I would say that's a hell of a deal to just switch the haul route to Airline 25. How convenient for them. And who's impacted? All the residents who live along Airline 20, on Airline Highway and Best Road. Have you, by the way, driven on Best Road? It's a small country road. It's going to be extremely dangerous. I would say this deal works out really well for Waste Connection.
Mayor, if you don't know all the kinds of things you have to do now for this item.
Okay, let's bring it back to deliberation then. Councilmember Sundes, would you like to get first?
Thank you. I'm gonna go again on the record and say I did not have any conversations with Waste Management or anybody that's gonna benefit financially from the decision that we make here tonight. I went to a planning commission meeting and every single one of them stated whether they did or they did not. I applaud you for that, for being honest. Believe it or not, that is not always the case. So I'm gonna challenge everyone here to state publicly whether or not they did have a meeting with Waste Management. Second of all, I want to thank the public for coming out. There's not much more to say or to do when the public comes out and they make such great points. I don't want to repeat everything they said, but some of the highlights was our water, our roads, and how the dangers outweigh the benefits of expanding the landfills. I think as a city council member, we're elected to weigh in on the decision. It was stated that the majority of the people who reside in the county live within the city. And I think we have an obligation to do that. So my position would be, at the very least tonight, is to reach out to the planning commission, reach out to the supervisors and tell them to deny the expansion of the landfills. And if we want to go a step further, put it to a vote of the people in San Benito County.
We can all get applause because it's running, we're starting to run long, so.
And that's my position
Thank
tonight.
you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I would support pretty much everything Councilmember Resendez said. I just have one word for the whole thing. It's just outrageous. And so I certainly don't support the expansion of the dump in any way, shape, or form. And I will do my best to represent District 4 specifically to oppose it. There's nothing good that I can see coming from this. And who cares about $7 million? And that's not easy for me to say, but I could go on. You know my position. No, no, but hell no. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
I'm not comfortable with any of these vehicles coming into our roadways and going to the middle of our town through such a busy part of our town. I think that the expansion of such a big site is, I don't understand why we have to go so big. I know trash has to go somewhere. It has to go somewhere. And it's not just our trash, and we're gonna send, when our dump is full, we're gonna send our trash to where? Anywhere, right? It doesn't matter, right? So we're basically saying that it's okay for us to send our trash anywhere, but they can't send their trash anywhere. Because this is a site, so, excuse me, can we stop? And anyways, but I'm really not in favor of the vehicles coming, those trucks coming to our town. So I would stand in in agreement with sending a letter to the council, to the board of supervisors, excuse me, that take about finding alternate route, alternate size, and having the people vote. I think it's important. So,
We start crafting.
please.
I think the matter that's here before us today was the research that we asked for city attorney to do, and that was, what is the city's liability and responsibility in regards to landfill? Thank you very much for the memo that outlines that very question. So the direction I'd like to ask, at least for us, was in the memo that we outlined that we're owners of a part of it, and the question is, what's the direction in terms of the part that we own? So based on the legal research that was done, I'd like to ask that the city, see how we can, not be owners of that. I know there were several things outlined in the memo, but I would like our, city attorney and city manager to, find the best way that would protect the city in terms of liability and costs associated with that ownership. And that's the extent of this part. That was the question before us, and that's, we should at the minimum provide direction in terms of our responsibility.
So I really appreciate all of you coming out, a lot of passion out there, and I appreciate all the information too. One of the hardest things for me is that I've always been someone who looks at all sides of it. It drives me crazy sometimes seeing all the different perspectives and what the ramifications are, whichever direction we go in, we're gonna have issues. I don't know if that $27 million figure for a transfer station is right, but I'm thinking, how in the world will we come up with that? I definitely agree with everyone about the route. That when it comes to safety, that's always my number one, and to bring those trucks through one of the busiest intersections in the shopping district, where you've got pedestrians and you've got bicyclists, and it's just very heavily populated. It's a really bad idea. I couldn't support that at all. As much as I don't like to see it on any of the roads, I just certainly not where there's a lot of children crossing streets. It's just, no. As far as the dump itself, what troubles me is I've been trying to listen to the planning commission meetings, and initially, early on, when we were hearing things, I was hearing about 4 different options, and some of them were much more moderate and would allow us to run our dump longer without being a 500-acre expansion. And lately, all I'm hearing is that large expansion. So I'm a little confused as to, why that's what's being presented now. And so I don't support something that large. It bothers me that we allowed 1,100 homes to be built along Fairview Road. And it's just in such close proximity to where they want to expand the dump. And dumps and people don't mix, as far as I'm concerned. And that's where I have the biggest issue is that I would love to see the county somehow find a compromise, something that would work for us. And because there is the other piece of this, which is what's going to happen with people who need to dump trash if we don't have, the landfill anymore. There are people who depend on it even for their livings that live in town. The cost for transfer fees we know is a lot more. And so that's going to impact some folks as well. And we do have a problem in this county with dumping, illegal dumping along riverways and rural areas. And I'm worried about what happens if the dump does close or shut down. What will happen then? Will we see a huge increase in the dumping? So that all this troubles me. As you can see, my mind goes in a million different directions. And but I certainly could support doing a letter just as regarding the route. I do think we did task our city attorney with our liability, because if things, if there's not agreement, and then we become suddenly responsible for shutting down the class 1, I don't know what that's going to cost the city. That could be very expensive for us. So there's a lot of different pieces and moving parts, but I could definitely support opposing the route through town where we're heavily populated, and also ask that maybe there could be some more discussion on more moderate, or even like so many people have said, let it go before the people, but my concern is because it becomes political and then one side says one thing and the other side says another, and then you don't know what's what really. So I would like to see them have more discussion. I know that the county has spent a lot of time on this, and I have to commend the planning commission because they have taken from one meeting, they split it out to several meetings with several parts so you could talk about the different aspects. And I can see that they're really trying to look into all of it. They don't want to just make some snap decision. So it's hard for us not being in that same role where we've been involved, intimately with all the details. So it's kind of a struggle. I think we could do some kind of a support letter as far as, opposing the route. But I'm not sure about the other pieces. I mean, I think ultimately it will end up as a vote of the people, even if the county were to pass it, because my guess is a referendum is around the corner if that happens. So, but I'm not sure where to go with it from here or what our liability, if we have anything to say about that. So,
Madam Mayor, if I may, make a suggestion, please. So what I'm hearing from the majority of the council is that we oppose the traffic coming through the city of Hollister. That's the majority. That's not me. I oppose it altogether, but that's the majority. I would suggest that we put that in the letter and that we say, let the people vote on the issue as to whether they're going to expand it or not. I think those two things, this council might be able to agree on. And I would pose those two questions to my colleagues here. Number one, we oppose traffic coming through the city of Hollister. That's the majority. And number two, let the people through the entire county vote and decide on the expansion. As simple as that. And we do have the authority to do that. So I would pose that question to my colleagues here tonight.
Point of clarification. So if we're deciding on issues within the subject matter of the city of Hollister, that's kind of like secondary, but primarily is we own part of the landfill. Shouldn't we deal with that first?
Madam Mayor, if I can respond.
Sure. Okay.
I would imagine that waste management, if the expansion goes through by the vote of the people, has already said and pledged to buy that portion of the landfill from the city of Hollister. Is that not correct? In public meetings?
I don't think they said we would buy it. Per se, I thought they said they would take care of cleaning it.
What they have in their plan is to do a clean.
There you go. My apologies. So they would do it cleaner. So they stated publicly. However, that's neither here nor there. It's getting too much into the weeds. Let's superficially say, let the people decide and don't bring more traffic through the city of Hollister. And that was the question that I posed to the colleagues here tonight.
I want to deal with our responsibility, our liability. If you read the memo, so a significant risk that we need to address. I think that would be the primary issue. I think if you want to send a letter, that's great. But I want to be able to take care of what's within the jurisdiction of the city of Hollister and address the liabilities that we're seeing.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I asked the same question to the rest of my colleagues up there tonight.
Your question again.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought that I heard on the council dais some conversation or comments that at least 4 members said yes to a vote, and at least 4 of the council members said yes to no traffic through the city of Hollister. And so I like Council Member Resendez, and probably more opinionated and probably stronger in my position, but I think there's a consensus just based on what I heard. And I believe there's a recorded record of that. So I could certainly support what Council Member Resendez is asking for in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you. I talked about the idea that going before a vote, and I think that's where it's going to be headed anyway. I do have a little bit of trouble with trying to, we are a separate jurisdiction and starting to, tell the county what they should do. It always rubs me the wrong way because I don't want the county coming in here to tell us what to do. But at the same time, the trouble I have with just saying, let's go put it, we should go to a vote is we've all seen how complex this is. And it's easy to just say no, and I know a lot of us would like to, and, you know, there's a part of me that would like to, but there's also, what is the ramification of that for the city? What is gonna cost people, like, you know, will people understand, okay, your rates are gonna go up, this is, you know, there are issues that are gonna happen here. We may be encountering a $27 million transfer station, or, you know, if this, so that's the trouble I have with just saying, well, let's just go put it to a vote, but I mean, you know, what is the will of the council? I do think we have to iron out the issue as far as the city and liability. I don't feel like we've done that, and I don't know that we can up here, right now.
I would like to, I think it's interesting, and I would like to find out more why why does it have to go so big instead of, is that, I don't know enough about that answer itself. I would like to preserve our landfill and extend its life, but at the same time, that's pretty big. And at the same time, it's like, you know, it's amazing because there's so much misinformation going on out there, and believe it, I know it. But I'm always concerned about, am I getting the right information? You know, I think it was Ali was talking about there's a buffer zone of so many acres, a couple hundred acres, 300 or 400 acres, or whatever. I don't know. It's like I don't know who to believe. You know, it's like I do research and I'm finding out it's that they're both lying, everyone's lying about 70, and so I don't trust. I mean, I don't know. It's a really difficult decision. I'd like to see our landfill extended, our life extended. I think that's a huge number. I definitely don't want. What was that word called? The sludge water. Leachate. Yeah. You know, I can just picture that going down our gutters. You know, that's like in the rain. So I see all these things. Don't like it, and at the same time, we still need our landfill. Because then we're just going to be San Jose and sending it somewhere else. Put it in the magic box and it disappears. You know, so it's. I support the people make the decision, and think that I'd like to see the people, the powers that be, to seek other options. We're stuck with A or B. I'd like to see other options.
So I have a suggestion, remind me of Councilmember Sanders' proposals. Definitely a letter that opposes the route, but discusses or encourages the county to consider more moderate proposals instead of this mega, full on dump, and or consider going to other people, and just urge them to consider both of those options, but not demand anything, but
I think that's a fair compromise. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that you know what makes me feel comfortable with council and the community, that we're all, this is how we're supposed to talk. This is it.
So I think we're agreed. I don't know if that gives you enough direction.
Yeah, let me just summarize what I heard. It sounds like the majority of council wants to send a letter to the county planning commission that opposes the recommended route. Ask them to consider putting it to the citizens to vote, and then also consider other options. More moderate options. And I understand that they're meeting the 31st, so this letter would be drafted and sent and not reached any council participants.
That sounds great, and I would still like to have further discussion around that.
Yes.
That last one on site and our LIGOs, that we can carry that on as a separate discussion, and then going back to discuss.
The agenda item is open enough that you could provide direction tonight. At your
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I thought that we had decided at the last meeting that we wanted to come back every month or so, or every couple of months. Is that what we decided? I don't remember. Do you remember? Okay.
If I heard you correctly, sorry, you had said you're still doing investigation on this, but it is such a
My understanding there's just documents that have not been reviewed yet or haven't been located in the review.
So given our timing tonight, I think we have some direction for you, but I would like to have a future discussion with when you get the further documentation and be able to talk about this a little bit more.
And I agree with that. So Mayor, would this letter that we're going to send to the planning commission also be CC to the board?
I think we'd send it to both.
Yes, okay, okay. And then to follow up on council member Morales' concern, since the documents we received were confidential, would we schedule, or could we schedule a follow-up closed session discussion on the documents we received and any future information so that we don't have to talk in circles?
I should clarify, the documents are not confidential. They're all public documents. Our analysis is
That's right.
pretty client privilege.
Right.
I would have to think about whether or not this is a closed session item, because I don't know that there is necessarily the threats. We would have to consider that. This city council does have the option of waiving the privilege, or majority council could do that and, make that analysis.
Thank you. I would ask for that consideration. Thank you, Ben.
I have another question also. I've been waiting for a while. That's why I'm jumping in like they do. So with concerning our properties there, our property is there. How do we talk about that, Ms. Thompson? I mean, shouldn't we find out what we want to do with that property? Get rid of it.
Well, I think that's direction that you could provide is, a further analysis from either a legal perspective or just practically, how to get rid of the property.
Yes, that's
Thank you, Madam
So
Mayor.
can
I would
add
suggest
that-
number one-
excuse me.
Hold on a second.
So can we add that to direction also to, what are the words I'm looking for? To see, find out, we need to bring this topic back up to see what we're gonna do with that.
I think that is, we are talking about bringing it back.
Yeah, so you are gonna bring it back.
Discussion. Councilor Rosado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two suggestions. Again, I want to encourage the public to reach out to the city manager with direct questions. And then I am perfectly comfortable, not perfectly comfortable. I'm very comfortable with waiving attorney-client privilege to allow your analysis to get out to the public, because I think it's good information and everybody should have access to that. It doesn't seem like this is something that is potentially going to everything could put us in a potential liability situation. But I do think it's important for the public to have this analysis. We asked for the analysis. I'm comfortable giving the analysis to the public and to waive attorney-client privilege on that. Thank you.
If I could just hop in and clarify, the questions that come into us would be pertaining to the city's role in the landfill. Not on every single aspect of the county's project.
Yeah, so I think we need to,
Clarify that.
okay, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. We may not be in a position to weigh in. It's their project.
Yes, Councilor.
If we are gonna bring this item back, I'd like to have, subject matter experts to be able to, relay information that's accurate, and that includes integrated disaster management and any other person that is considered a subject matter expert. So that we have a balance of a full perspective on the situation. I don't know what I'm making, if it's such a write a letter, that's fine, but if we're gonna make decisions, I know what we really need to have.
We will continue to provide that opportunity. You do have, as you had at the last meeting, the representative, the attorneys for the county, who they provided in response to this presentation.
And as far as waiving privilege, I'm not at a point where I would feel comfortable with that in the future, because you're still doing your research, and I'm just not ready to just throw it out there. I think we need to get a little further along before we talk about waiving, something that's confidential, so. Any other thoughts from anyone, or I'll be good.
Good. Can we get clarification? What is not there?
And I'll just so I clarified the contents of the letter, and it sounded like there's consensus there, and then with respect to the property, you wanted the item to return,
to council for consideration. That's what I heard. For additional. Yes, right, we want to know more about. When we feel confident that we consider all of them, what it starts with. We've got a little bit. So. Okay, so I think we've given direction and I think we need to take a little break. It's 45, so we'll come back in 10 minutes.
It's all for you, Rick.
No, it's about condo, bro. There you are.
So it's the finance no, it's not.
All right, you got it all figured out. Yeah. Probably not on the previous council agenda. I think we knew there were Easter eggs. So.
Back to order, you can all have a seat.
Oh, that's correct for the diet, correct for the diet.
Okay, we're gonna bring the meeting back to order. We're gonna go to item 2. Resolution number 24-02, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister, authorizing the city manager to execute contract amendment number 4 to the professional services agreement with Wallace Group and or additional professional engineering services. Get the staff report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council, William By, Public Works Director. The item for your consideration here tonight is a 4th amendment to the contract with Wallace Group. And this amendment would authorize, if you authorize this amendment, it would the work being done under this amendment would be for the sewer improvements and for the Backer dump station at the domestic wastewater treatment plant. Included in the projects that would be designed under this amendment is collection system upgrades, including several manholes directly upstream of the treatment plant, replacing the bridge road vault, including odor control, installing check valves on sewer laterals in the bridge road and draft road area, and the sewer upgrade on Mapleton Avenue and Fremont Alley, and upgrading an 18-inch sewer line to a 36-inch line on Bridge Road. And that last one is just a small section that's undersized where all of those lines come together. If you remember from my presentation, that's what that last project is. All of this design would be paid for out of this rate. And I'm here for any questions.
Councilmember Sanders, any questions?
Thank you. On that last portion, you said, and I don't remember you talking about that before, upgrading the 18 to 36. Is the 18 at the very end?
No, it's actually, there's manholes just upstream of that vault where there's 2 lines that run parallel. And then that's where they come together. The 18-inch line connects one of those lines with the other line right before it goes into the vault.
Okay.
So it's kind of a choke point right there. It's undersized for what should be there.
Okay, and I mean, I don't know for sure, but could we assume that that's possibly, you called it a choke point? So it might be backing up, and I talked to the city manager at Great Links about this, holding that waste when there's not something pumping it or pushing it through.
It's possible that at high flow periods,
All right.
that it does back up at that area. That is one of the projects that is identified in the master plan.
Yeah.
One of the priority 1 projects.
Wonderful, thank you so much.
Councilmember Burns, any questions?
I do not, thank you, ma'am.
Councilmember Burns, any questions?
I got more questions than you tonight. First of all, thank you for addressing that issue because it's really there's an issue here, but the extent that you guys are going to, you're making sure that everything is going to be covered. And so, I mean, I know we still have to work on the other part of Bridge Road on the resident side, but I just want to thank staff for doing all that you're doing because it makes my life easier. But and it makes the life of the community that much better. Thank you.
I don't actually have any questions. Thank you for the report. Did you mention though, I'm sorry, of the cost that you thought for the total of those things we're going to be doing?
All of those projects, along with the upgrading of the dump station for the Backer trucks, combined, it's $333,000 for the design and bid documents and everything ready to go out to bid within about 9 months. It should take.
Thank you. We don't have any more questions, then I'm going to go to public comment.
Yes, we currently have 2 people with hands raised. The first is Bridget Bauman Thorpe. Ms. Thorpe, you can unmute and you have 3 minutes. which one is it? And the other is Cat A. You can unmute, you do have 3 minutes. Okay, Ms. Thorpe, if you can hear us, if you want to lower your hand and let us know you can hear us. Okay, those are the only speakers we have. All right, well, let's bring it back for deliberation. Do we have any deliberation or do we just say yay?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just want to express my gratitude for bringing it up so quickly. Thank you, and just please stay on it.
Very well, thank you. I'm just happy to make the motion.
Anything further? Councilmember Gross? No? What about you, Councilmember Rounds? Thank you. You've done an outstanding job in addressing this and jumping on it because I know the community was really concerned and rightfully so. After all these years, we're finally getting some things done. So thank you, and thank you for keeping us informed as you find things and getting this moving. So Councilmember Burns, I'll let you make that motion.
Look forward to it. So moved.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes. All right, motion carries 5-0.
I just want to take code of conduct and stop. I'm not.
Well, let's move on here. Okay. Next, we're gonna have a presentation on the San Benito Leadership Institute program. The city manager, would you like to set us up here?
Yes, thank you. So the next presentation that we're going to have is from newly formed San Benito Leadership Institute regarding the leadership development program. They had asked to give a brief presentation to the council to provide an update on this new program that will be offered in the community. And so with that, I'll pass it over to Ms. Bailey.
Hi, thank you so much for having us today. My name is Alexis Winder. I work here in Hollister, and I'm a volunteer on the committee. And this is Brenda Weatherly, and she is serving for me as the program chair for the San Benito Leadership Institute. Excuse me. So our committee has been meeting for over 1 year in development of the San Benito Leadership Institute. Our committee members represent government, business, nonprofit, and engaged citizens in San Benito County. The vision of this institute is to help create a thriving, diverse, and committed organization of leaders within our community. And the purpose is to build a stronger community of San Benito County by cultivating a diverse group of new, emerging, and existing leaders who will effectively serve, unite, and benefit the residents of San Benito County. We have a fully developed curriculum that will be covered in 9-day-long courses or seminar sessions. The program here will run September through May. The meetings will consist of half-day immersion in civic topics, leadership development, as well as board development and training. Participants will also receive assessments. They will build relationships with members of the program, and they will actively work on personal leadership on their own personal leadership development. Again, a typical day might look like going through some leadership assessments, doing an appreciative inquiry exercise, participating in the crucial conversations, learning about conflict resolution, participating in panel discussions, participating in diversity, equity, and inclusion activities. We additionally planned an overnight trip to Sacramento to meet our local legislators for the Capitol and visit the Crocker Museum. We will also create a culminating exercise to build a leadership legacy. One highlight of the program is the Equity Challenge. This is a powerful opportunity to develop a deeper understanding of how inequity and racism affects our lives and our community. Each month, the San Benito Leadership Institute will provide an opportunity to understand equity concepts, explore lived experiences, and apply deeper strategies for understanding the impact of racism on our community. Another program highlight is the SimSoc experience. SimSoc's engaging nature and real-world applicability make it a powerful tool for the San Benito Leadership Institute, fostering adaptable and insightful leaders. We are currently in the startup funding stage of this program, and we do hope to launch this year. We have a fully developed budget and anticipate the cost per person for everything we went over to be $7,000 per person. However, we do want to keep the cost affordable for the participants. So we do anticipate asking participants to pay $1,500. We are targeting 25 participants per program here. To create a sustainable and successful program, long-term, we are actively seeking outside funding sources, including grants and sponsorships. There has been a lot of excitement about the program so far. We have been blessed with support from many interested businesses, organizations, and individuals who are wanting to support this program and see it launch. However, without the support of the entire community, it will be difficult for us to to launch this important program. So at this point, you might be asking yourself, what will the San Benito Leadership Institute provide for our community? The San Benito Leadership Institute will identify, educate, and empower leaders that volunteer in our community, serve on boards, and direct the organizations, government, and businesses that provide essential services and goods in our community. They might be folks like you one day serving as city council members. We respectfully invite the city of Hollister to join us as a founding partner for the program at the $20,000 sponsorship level. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration. Can we answer any questions for you?
Thank you, Ms. Ennis, would you like to start?
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but so essentially you're starting, are you a nonprofit or are you for profit?
So we are currently organized under the We are currently organized under the Community Foundation. We have a fund there, and they're incubating us basically. And so we do have their nonprofit status initially.
Okay.
We plan to become our own nonprofit within 3 years.
And you're asking us to give you $20,000 of the tax-paying
Correct.
citizens' money so that you can.
To invest in leadership development for our community,
Okay.
for future leaders.
So what's the difference with all the other nonprofits, the chambers, the HCA's?
There is no other leadership program in San Benito County that's educating our community.
Okay.
There used to be.
And what credentials do you have, or does your program offer to quote unquote provide leadership skills to these people that are going to be attending?
I'm just the program, I am the program manager,
Mhm.
and that our facilitators are Dr. Rose from Gatlin College, a former president of Gatlin College. She's developing the curriculum and will be one of the new facilitators of the program.
Okay, are you credentialed or planning on getting credentialed in any sense from any other type of agencies?
We could look into that. We are a member of the Association of Leadership Programs, and I'm not aware of a credentialing type of situation with that nationwide association, but I can certainly look into it.
Wonderful. Thanks for answering my questions. I'm going to have to pass. We are in a possible recession. We should not be in the business of giving nonprofits money to start it. I wish you guys all the best of luck, and I would encourage you to apply for as many grant opportunities that you can, and then come back and see us and report back to us and let us know how your first year went. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So you answered one of my questions. So you at least have a person from GAB that is going to create your curriculum. Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, Dr. Rose she's actually retired president of Gatlin College. And in her retirement, she's actually teaching an advanced leadership program at San Jose State. And she's writing our curriculum.
I think it could be very helpful maybe to come back, at another time and bring Dr. Rhodes with you.
Oh, certainly.
I think that adds credibility, not that you're not credible,
Right.
but
She
more
couldn't
is,
be here
more is
tonight.
better.
She couldn't be here tonight,
Right.
she had conflicted with.
Right, and so I can say, I don't know, 8 or 10 years ago, I went to work for the county in Monterey and I didn't know a thing about ag, how silly of me. But they had a program there called Ag Knowledge. That was an amazing program. Now I know enough to be dangerous and stupid, but it was very helpful and it was a long program and it really was quite helpful. What happens, and I guess this is a what if question because you haven't rolled it out yet, but what happens for the person? Well, first of all, you say it's gonna cost $7,000 per person to go and you're gonna require them to pay $1,500. So how are you gonna underwrite the other $5,500? And then I have a follow-up question.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're actively doing right now is fundraising. And to try and offset that cost so that people can afford to go. And there is that, the $7,000 would be including the trip, the overnight trip to Sacramento, which
Right.
is what Dr. Rhodes really wants to do. We can cut that out. That's a very expensive part of the program. So, you know, if we need to pare down the budget and just focus on the curriculum, we can do that and eliminate some of those
Right.
things that would be more expensive.
Right, and it almost seems like there's something, a goal in the future, we're planning to roll to, with an easy software launch that costs less money in my mind. The follow-up question to that is, have you given consideration to the community member? Even $1,500, a lot of money, and are you gonna have a scholarship portion of the program? Because I could absolutely buy into that in a heartbeat.
Definitely, we already have scholarship money off, I promise.
Okay, well, that's good. And I am 100%, $20,000, I agree. I'm probably, well, I used to think I was the most stingy guy up here. But I'm beginning to think Councilmember Resendez is, but maybe I'm just gonna have to finish second in that race. But $20,000 seems to me with a real solid business plan to be a good investment in our future for our leaders. And so I could absolutely lean towards supporting that ask. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I would like to hear more, hear more from Dr. Rhodes. I think that anything we can do to build leadership, whether it's leadership or just teaching people how to be moms or teaching people how to do a job, all these things are so vital to our community. And being out here in the islands are kind of separated from everybody, just us and all that trash. It's just, I'm thankful that you guys are creating stuff like this. And thank you.
Councilmember Morales, do you have any questions? Thank you for the presentation. I have heard about a former leadership institute here. Do you guys know much about that? Can you tell us about it? It was run for a number of years, wasn't it?
Yeah, it ran from 2005 to 2012, and I am a graduate of that program. As it's Mindy Sotelo and Mary Casillas. I mean, there's a number, Liz Sparling, there's a number of people that have gone through that prior program. And we're trying to get that launched in. I think it's important. So it actually was started by DMV, actually seeded that with Kathy Johnson and got it going before, and then it went away for funding reasons or whatever happened, I'm not sure. But I think it's missed.
Yeah.
And I think it impacts so many, every part of our community, the nonprofit community, the government, everybody can be impacted by good leadership training and education.
Obviously, I'm seeing the results here for us. So I have heard about it, and so I am familiar. There is a whole, like you mentioned, you're part of there's like a group of.
Yeah, there's an association of leadership programs.
None of them are credentialed or any of that, right?
I don't
It's just a
believe so.
program.
Yeah.
I just thank you for bringing this forward. Of course, we would love to hear from Dr. Rose. And I think before giving any comment about the program itself, I'd like to hear from public comment if you don't mind.
Sure.
We'll take some public comment and we'll do some deliberation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mayor Casey, we have one card from Elias Salinas.
Thank you. The first council members, I thought I was hearing them speak. I thought we were like a shark, whatever that TV program is, come back another time, you're not ready for it, not ready to invest. This is a really great program. People take a lot. It is an honor to go through it. It is the self-esteem, it is the confidence that gives people to do what it is. I mean, do you know Brenda? She is shy. Believe it or not, she is quiet and shy. But going through this program's got her where she is today, and she is in my opinion, an invaluable member of this community, and we are very grateful to have her. And for you want to hear Dr. Rose? Go ahead and ask for Dr. Rose. Dr. Rose was today at the Board of Supervisors meeting, and she had her 3 minutes on what's going on with this. But you don't need Kathleen Rose to speak when you have 2 members of our community telling you this is a really great program. And it is. And I know a lot of people that have gone through this, and not in our community so much as that in Monterey County and in Santa Clara County. And it's an honor to go through this program and get the little certificate and say, oh yeah, I did the membership. And Monterey County gets full. They get full when they go through this program. So it's your decision, but I think you are investing in this community, and we're not talking about, you're going to have young adults, and that is the best place to start, is to getting young adults involved, getting the experience of what it is to take to be a leader in the community, but more than anything, you give them the confidence, you give them the support, that they come up here and anywhere that they are, to do public speaking on behalf of any item. We have an individual that comes here, his name is Gabriel. He's a young man in this community, and he's learning, and he's wanting to be a leader in this, and this would be a great program for Gabriel to go through. And it'd be a great program for other young adults to go through this. So don't, just because Dr. Rose is not here and you want to hear from Dr. Rose, please take it from 2 very well successful women in this community that are respected in this community, that they're asking you to start and asking you first to invest in something in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Please roll the public comments. Okay, so let's bring it back to deliberation. Did you have any further comments, council members?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The speaker mentioned that Dr. Rose presented this to the Board of Supervisors today. Are you aware of that, City Manager?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. It shows she requested to be on the agenda. Perfect. That was my other question, Ms. Weatherly, if anybody else was, as far as the Board of Supervisors, that they've committed to appointing. So thank you so much for answering that question.
Anything further, Councilor Burns?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And so I think I said I could easily invest the $20,000 in our leadership in the future. I mean, our kids are our future, our youth are our future. And, when we're looking at I'm sorry, City Manager, what's our annual budget? About $100 million.
All funds that but
Thank you. And even if we all wanted to just cherry pick a couple grand from our discretionary money, we could get there. So, thank you.
Councilor Burns?
I stated that I wanted to hear from Dr. Rose because I want to know more about it, but I'm ready to vote. I'm ready to move forward with this because this is investing into our community. We had a presentation earlier of someone on public input, and look at our investment in that. And how many people are we helping? How many youth are we helping with that? You want 20,000? That's it? No, just kidding. Just kidding.
All right, Councilman Morales, you have some comment?
For me, thank you for the presentation. I think for me, it would be, I'd like to hear our city managers input. I think if we have members of the city that, whether it be our middle managers or my staff that the benefit from the training, and we can send someone or send, 3 to 5 every year with programs. I know we have, the American Leadership Forum, ALF, which has like the CEOs of corporations that to training of different community folks, whether it be labor leaders or, the CEO, somebody like the manager, the executive, that we do these together, but the diversity of the various groups that go through the various programs, and the curriculum is phenomenal, but it's like a year or two investment. So it's a little bit more in depth than what I heard here today. I would like to send our executive leaders to ALF with an application process. But I would like to send maybe our line staff or middle managers to something here locally as an introductory course. But I would like to see how the program grows. Also, if you want to reach out to them, Breezy from Stanford University, they do also leadership courses with the accreditation of like Stanford, for example, that people can post and put on their resumes, which also has kind of that academic institution behind the training. But I think if we do have people that we can sponsor to actually take the training, I would rather do that than like I think that I can see our staff and benefit from the training of it. If that's appropriate, and it's something that we want to do.
Yeah, currently, we send our staff to various trainings, and so from a mid-management standpoint, I mean, all the training has been welcomed. I know that there's been other leadership courses that Chief Reynoso has gone through, and a handful of our other leaders just even recently. And so to have more options is always a good thing. I'm a big believer in investing in staff development.
Thank you for that. I'm glad to hear that. I love leadership institutes, and I am familiar that, with the program that was here before, and you're telling us the names of all these folks who are now leaders of the community. So we have had a lot of young folks showing up here at council meetings, getting involved, and a lot of them, Gabriel's an example, but there's more that I think could benefit from a real well-rounded, program like that. Especially, I loved hearing the diversity, equity, and inclusion piece. Super important. It really is eye-opening to people sometimes that you don't realize some things until you get immersed in it. We used to do similar things at Brazil, and I think they're very valuable. And I'm definitely in favor of helping to get you off the ground with some seed money. And I do like the idea of having encouraging our folks and supporting them. So I would definitely be in favor of that. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So it seems like there's at least 4 members of the council that are in favor of it. I do have a concern with the budget. We already budgeted for the discretionary funds. I heard the idea of throwing out some discretionary funds money. So my suggestion would be, if we bring it back, to take, if it's okay with the council members, 5,000 from each of the council members, if it's going to come back for the 20,000, and to take out discretionary funds, just because we're already budgeted for it. We don't take that out of the
Councilmember Burns.
Why don't we just use council member Resendiz money? I actually think this is, it's bigger than the individual council members, and I'm either way, I say yes. However we get there, let's get there, and whatever it takes.
Yeah, I agree with Tim. Whether it's discretionary or we're just gonna vote on it right now, I'm ready to move forward.
Yes.
I would just say that I think if that's something that's being floated around, if we do get consensus and bring something back, I would like that direction of if it's discretionary or not, because it impacts how we do the budget transfer.
Well, if we're gonna vote on it, and it seems that it's gonna pass, I don't think we need to pull out of our discretion.
I think there is ample support here. I do agree that it is bigger than the standard district. I think that, I think about how many commissions and other things that we have so much trouble filling, and whether we might reap the benefit personally of future council members here. And so I'm all in support of it, and I would be all, I don't know that we necessarily have to pull from discretionary unless it's an absolute. I mean, we're not talking about a large amount of money here, so for seed money. So That's the will of the council.
I say yes with general fund.
Yes.
Yes. You can have a majority and the direction is general fund.
Okay, so we will bring the item back.
Yes, please.
That is called out general fund, not discretionary.
Yes. Okay, so we can move on. All right, so we're gonna move to item 4, which is resolution number 2403, a resolution of the city council, City of Hollister approving a development impact fee deferred payment agreement with Del Curto Brothers Construction Company, Inc. as negotiated by the city manager.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So at our December 4th meeting, we received direction in regards to a comment from Mr. Del Curto, who is here in the audience with us regarding the 400 block and the timing of the impact fees in relation to that project. And so with this, we do have a note in the report that we, in most cases, would bring an item back, have that discussion, and then come back again. Due to the timing of this, the lack of multiple meetings in the month, and the lack of the first meeting in January, we brought forward an item for consideration, which, if it was the direction that you wanted to go to grant the request of Mr. Del Curto, then an agreement is provided here. So with that, I'd like to just give a brief update. Like I said, Mr. Del Curto is here as well, and then I have Eva from our planning department here as well. So as you know, Mr. Del Curto is constructing a 3-story building on the 400 block that is commercial retail space on the first floor, and then 22 condominiums on the second and third floor. So on June 5th of 2017, the city and Mr. Del Curto entered into a disposition and development agreement, and among other things required Mr. Del Curto to pay city residential development impact fees incrementally at the final occupancy inspection of each of the condominiums. On September 27th, 2018, the Planning Commission approved the site and architectural review with the conditions of approval, which require, quote, on the date of the final inspection or the date of the certificate of occupancy is issued for the project, whichever occurs first, Del Curto must pay all development fees due to the city and the county. On April 11th, 2019, the City Planning Commission approved the project tentative map with conditions of approval, which require, quote, on the date of the final inspection or the date a certificate of occupancy is issued for each residence, which occurs first, Del Curto must pay all development fees, development impact fees due to the city or county. So our code typically requires developers to pay applicable city development impact fees prior to the issuance of a building permit. And the city procedure and industry best practice for multiple residential dwellings located within a single building requires final occupancy inspection of the whole building prior to the occupancy of the individual dwellings. And so, as I mentioned at the start of the presentation, on December 4th, Mr. Del Curto came forward, asked for consideration. I think, as you've heard from my presentation, there was a little bit of, the initial what was written versus what kind of came back and forth was some confusion there. And so, in working with city attorney, we have reviewed all of the documents and have brought forward a general provision, an agreement that would outline what Mr. Del Curto had asked for. So what those provisions in the agreement are is that Mr. Del Curto will indemnify the city for any injury or property damage to the condominium residents related to ongoing construction. It has been in discussions with our building official that most of the units are nearing completion, so it's not major construction. What that work would be like is if, your upstairs neighbor was doing a remodel, which could happen at any time when these units sell in the future. Del Curto will notify the city within 72 hours of opening escrow of each condominium, will pay impact fees for that condominium within 5 days of opening escrow. The amount of impact fees will be the amount published in the engineering impact fee schedule on the date the impact fees are paid. And then if all the condominiums are not sold by 6 months after the agreement effective date, the remaining impact fees would be paid to the city. And we do have a provision in there that if there's something at no fault of Mr. Del Curto, then we would have the opportunity to reach a mutually agreed upon extension. So there's 22 units in total. At this current time, at the current fees, you're looking at the residential side is a little over $841,000 of impact fees across multiple impact fees. And then the commercial piece is roughly about $67,000 for a total just under $909,000. So as each unit is sold, we would work with Mr. Del Curto to collect those fees before issuing final occupancy, which would be required to complete the transaction and sell the properties. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
It's a question, Councilmember Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So $1 million total impact fees.
909.
Yeah. Okay, and then you stated after how long? You said 6 months that we would collect, whether they've been sold or not. Is that what you said?
That is correct, unless it was that,
And there's an
something
option
that
for
held up
extension.
with us, yes.
Okay, in our conversation, you said this was unconventional. Why is it unconventional?
Typically, the permits are done at the time of occupancy for the whole building.
Okay. And where does the confusion come from? Who made this approval? Was it the planning commission, the city council, the city manager who's made some unconventional deals in the past? Where did this approval come from? Why does Mr. Curto think that he can come and ask for his impact fees of $1 million to be essentially waived for several months?
I think the confusion is the language in the approving document, so in, the conditions of approval for the architectural and the development agreements say that they can be paid at the issuance of certificate of occupancy for each individual unit. However, in a building like this, that's not how certificate of occupancies are issued. So it's just a discrepancy between the language in the conditions of approval in the document and actual procedure, how things actually happen in real life. So ordinarily, when there's many dwelling units within one building, they're all inspected and issued certificate of occupancy and everything like that.
And have we remedied that moving forward? Are we gonna have this problem every single time?
I think more careful drafting of the conditions of approval is what would be required.
Okay, this is an uncommon project for the city where you have a building with condos that are being sold individually. Most of the apartment units and whatnot that are multifamily are typically rented.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
Just a few, thank you. So you said that, in the meantime, as these units turn over, that he would identify us, if this company would. So how would that happen? How would we be identified from any future problems?
It's not necessarily future problems, it's only problems that occur during the period of time when there are residents in units and also there's still construction occurring. So if something happened to a resident as a result of the construction,
Right.
Rather than, and someone sued the city, then Mr. Del Curto would be required to pay for the city's legal fees and representation related to that.
So I understand he's gonna sign that, but how do we, does he have some sort of a bond, some sort of an insurance? Are we required some sort of an insurance coverage to insure?
We haven't included that in the agreement. Ordinarily with an indemnification clause, you are really just taking action to enforce a contract. So it might require, if they refuse to abide by their end of the contract, the city would be required to sue that person for breach of contract. So we could certainly add language that would require some sort of a deposit or a bond. I don't think that's something that the city manager has discussed with.
Right. You know, and I understand that. I mean, again, hey, I just found out we own a hazardous landfill. So
5 acres.
Yeah. So for me, I mean, those things are kind of, this should never happen, but here we sit. Thank you. There's a comment and city manager spoke about if after 6 months the units aren't sold and are complete, that he's gonna pay regardless. What example would be where we would defer for an extended period of time after 6 months?
I think the concern is more around, areas that are completely out of their control. If we had a turnover of staff, a delayed inspection, or delayed those type of things, like that was where the concern was coming from their legal team.
Okay.
You know, those are my specific.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't have any heartburn if we just extended because it was the right thing to do as well. But, knowing that the economy is going softer and the interest rates, they may have stabilized, but, they're not the ideal situation to sell them property online.
Yeah, the idea was just to, you know, we felt it was best to have a finite date attached to it, that this wasn't just hanging out forever.
Right. So, and then I guess my final question would be, if we're gonna delay payment of $909,000, for 6 months, are we gonna capture any interest on that money that we would normally get otherwise?
So that was not negotiated in, the average of, on the residential side, the average is about $38,000 per unit. So it would be as they are final, they would be provided, and then that's when the impact of that resident would take place. So, for those reasons, we did not negotiate this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Councilor President, questions?
Yeah, I think that, I always think that when it comes to decisions for the city, it's how's this going to benefit us as a city? And, I really don't care how, about developers. Sorry, but, no, it's about what's going to be best for our city. And I think it's best for our city to go ahead and do this. If we're going to be paid off in 6 months, I would like to see, you know, we just had someone come up here and talk about the sponsorships. I'd love to see our companies, our developers take an active part and, you know, jump on in, help us out. We're helping you.
So anyone else, any questions? I don't have questions per se, so let's do public comment on this one. No, that's not it. Okay, then let's take public comment if we have any.
There, Casey, we have one speaker, Elliot Sims.
I know that you all have missed me for the last few months. My notes, I need my glasses. First, you're not waiting. I keep hearing that word, you're not waiting, okay? And the fact that you're not waiting is actually not a problem to the city. Y'all remember what the 400 block looked like? This buildings, and I'm sure every one of you have gone into the Epic Center building. It's beautiful. It's better than vacant lot with grass on it. The Del Curto Construction Company and have done a benefit to the city of Hollister by building these two projects. I am grateful how beautiful it looks, and I am looking forward to the fact that these businesses are going to bring some business downtown. Who doesn't want to rent or lease a space in a new building, whether it be a coffee shop, a restaurant, a boutique shop? We have a lot of vacant buildings in downtown, and people cannot afford to turn it into anything because these buildings are made of asbestos. So this is a great investment to delay those impact fees that you're going to get paid, because I believe that this buildings will bring downtown some livelihood, and it'll be great once you start getting the 22 condos occupied, so that those folks can walk downtown and they don't have to get in a car, whether it's a Measure G fund money or an electric car. to drive through town to get to the dry cleaners, a restaurant, a coffee shop, and just little boutique stores. So I think that this is a start to what Hollister has been looking forward for a long time. And I'm grateful that it's no longer an empty lot. And therefore, I don't see how the city could lose by delaying the impact fees. Thank you.
Those are all the public speakers we have for this item.
Okay, so let's bring it back for deliberation. So Councilmember Sanders, anything further?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I don't see the benefits of waiving the impact fees for the developer. We have to rationalize the waiving of the fees. Number one, it's gonna place us in liability, right?
Well, it's a deferral, so they would pay the full price, they would just pay it as each unit is sold.
Let me ask you this, if he paid his impact fees up front rather than us waiving them, are we gonna have that liability from the residents when they're redoing their apartments?
Well, in that case, the certificate of occupancy would be issued for the entire building once everything's complete, so those. I think they're low risk issues, wouldn't be.
Yeah. Number two, it's whether or not he decides to pay. If he doesn't pay, then we have to sue him, we have to collect. That means that we're gonna incur attorney fees. We're gonna sue him, it's gonna go through a drawn out process, we may or may not win.
Correct. He would not be able to close escrow and actually complete the sale of the property without the issuance of the final occupancy, which we would not grant until he is paid.
Number three, we're not gonna collect on interest when we're waiving the fees for the developer for the 400 block. There's no interest, Councilmember Burns pointed that out currently as written.
There's no interest provision in this agreement.
And I just don't understand the rationale for doing unconventional waiving of the fees. The developer put the building up. If he wants to sell the condos that he built on the 400 block, then he needs to pay the $1 million that he owes to the residents, because we can do a lot of money, a lot more with that $1 million to pay for the impacts that the condominiums are gonna have. So that's my position. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, again, I've heard it said multiple times, and it's not a waiver, it's a deferral. It's a 6-month deferral. And so I'm fine with it. From my comfort level, I would like to see something more formal for the indemnification. Man, that's a big word at this time. To just protect the city's interest. And I would be curious to know what the interest could be generated on. Maybe it's just pocket change, but hard to imagine that being pocket change on $909,000. So for me, those are things. I mean, nobody gives me free money, and even a modest interest rate, I think would be appropriate, because if we collected it all now, we wouldn't have the risk, and we'd have the money. So, but I can support the contract. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
You know, I was actually protesting against that. And I am so glad that it went through. And it is a benefit to our city. And you know, if we're not gonna waive any fees. You owe the city some money, you gotta pay it. You know, but there's some interest. I guess, I don't know, I am glad that the 400 block is 400 and it's a block. It's not a field. What you're doing for our city is great, and it's going to bring more people downtown, and that alone is going to increase all of our revenue. So that's kind of like giving us our interest already. And it's giving us bigger than interest in money. It's actually giving us out of our couches in downtown and walk around and go shop and spend all your money. And that's what drives our community. So I could support the waiver. No, no,
You said it. I'm getting tired.
Strikes up.
Councilmember Morales.
I think some of the points were already made in terms of the block is look a lot better. It's beautiful, it does contribute to our small businesses downtown. It is a deferral. I understand that the contract doesn't call for interest. I'm fine with that. So I'm in support. And whenever we're ready, I'm ready.
So, I support this deferral. Those buildings are beautiful. I just want to commend you. The work is lovely, and mixed use is something we've been talking about. It's important, and for us, you know, we've all been talking about revitalization. It's very big priority for me, and I think that these two buildings are kicking that off. And we are desperately in need of condos for sale for people who are starting out who can't afford a home. And so for that reason alone, I'm willing to do the deferral. So, and knowing that we did have some, our initial paperwork to kind of lend the confusion here. So I'm fine with this. And I would suggest if you want to go ahead with the motion, would you want to make the motion? Councilmember.
Yes, I'm making most of the.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you vote?
I'm a no.
Okay, so motion carries 4-1. All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna move on to committee assignments. Let's start with Councilmember Sanders. Did you have anything you wanted to report out on?
I have no committee assignments to report out on this thing.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Council.
You defer? Oh,
Councilmember
wait.
Burns, anything? Councilmember Press,
That's the report.
Councilmember Morales.
No, I think you're gonna go.
Oh, I bet it's a lot. Well, I at least remembered what we talked about in COG, so thank you. So just a couple of meetings and events. We had our COG meeting. We are in the process of hiring an outside counsel for COG, rather than using the county council, because it's the feeling is it's an independent board, and having an independent council will help us have it really across the cities and county. So we're in that process right now. Well, I think we're meeting very soon actually to interview I think we have 2 candidates that, and these are transportation specialist attorneys. So they'll be able to help us, especially with our negotiations with Caltrans and negotiating a little better deal for us. I think it'll be very beneficial. So that's exciting news. And what else? We had an animal ad hoc meeting last week and brought everybody together. They gave a report on rabies. It was actually been doing a bit of education for it. We've got a number of nonprofits that come in and feral trappers that come in. And so we've been doing little educational pieces for them, as well as just talking about the issues. And they've actually done a great job of coordinating with these nonprofits to help place animals, because the shelter gets overrun at times, and they've been able to help them find homes for some of the animals so that they don't end up with euthanasia. So all that's really positive, and it's a little interesting about the rabies and that bats are, you know, don't touch a bat. That's what I learned from this, is you do not want to touch bats because they're the carriers, the main carriers that we have. Anyways, that's all for meetings. Oh, I'm sorry, just one more. I had a meeting last week with the collaboratory. We're working on the building, getting a community center built, and progress moving forward. We're starting to look at properties and kind of the structure. We've got the first 5 folks. We've got community action board. We've got the county education office, and seniors council. So a really big group, and I think we're really going to make progress this year towards a community center, and hopefully start getting some funding earmarked for that. And so more to come on that. And then the other thing is, Councilmember Morales had given some of her discretionary funds to help sponsor an event with the Youth Alliance. They brought. Oh, do you want to talk about it? Okay, I'm sorry. We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that. So let's, do we have any other, I guess we're done with committee assignments. Sorry, I'm really tired. Council reports. any informational reports that you'd like to make, Councilmember Rosales?
Thank you. Number one, the Posadas was a huge hit over in, on the west side of Hollister. So I wanted to thank the council and the staff that helped to coordinate that. I'd like to see that tradition continue. I would also, I'm sure this is going to come up anyway, like to close the memory of the former Mayor Frank Tito Valenzuela. I'm not saying that last name, by the way. And then I would just suggest in the future, if we're not here, if staff can remember, if there's anything in that district, I think it would be most appropriate to name something after him next to the Cesar Chavez Avenida. Is that how you say it? Or maybe possibly the new park, or dedicate something to him in his memory and his family. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Burns, any report?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple, man. I too want to, I would echo council member Rosenda's comments about Mr. Valenzuela. And since he's such a community guy, I would even consider maybe throwing out there that maybe we name our new community development building as in design. You know, maybe we could go with that, or I certainly could support a park. It was very touching to hear his family members speak and his friends exposed to your friends tonight. And so he will be missed, but he has made his mark, not apparently only on Hollister, but throughout the country as well. So I would like to get an update from our Parks and Rec people. I did hear you pickleballers about the courts, and would like to understand more about converting the tennis court to another pickleball, if I can't even say it, pickleball court. And also, I'm curious about lighting, because you know, in the wintertime, it gets dark early, and sometimes in the summertime, later probably wouldn't be such a problem. And then I just wanted to ask the city manager on my drive in this evening, did I by chance notice that some of the sound wall on Sunnysville Village has been painted? Yes. My gosh, 3 years. Thank you, Lord. So that's what
You're in the express lane.
I'm telling you, it's amazing, you know, politics. Once in a while, there are civilian moments, and I had to learn a lot of patience, but thank you, William, wherever you are. Thank you. And I'll be fine.
Councilmember Chris, you have any informational report, any questions?
I want to thank staff, first responders, American Red Cross, community members that live on in the street where the fire was, Ryan Street, especially in residence number 870. I'm not going to put out your number, but you know what? You guys, the people, the staff, the victims, city showed up big time. I am so proud to be a councilman in this city. The way we responded to those in need. You know, can't say enough, Dave, staff, everybody. But you know, to see the community before when all this is happening, plain out that you know what, people are aware. They just ran out of their house because it's on fire and they're cold. And seeing residents pull off blankets, jackets to help them out, just to keep them warm, keep them inside. You know, it's really honest. It's so neat to watch it all play out. And even afterwards, the can't commend staff enough. Thank you, Dave, and thank you, City. The other thing I'd like to do is you know, for the LGBTQ plus, we made I don't know if it's an ordinance or a resolution that they don't have to come back and get approval for every year to get to have their event. I would also, since the Christian flag event has been going on just as long, that I'd like to see if I get support that we can also have that I'm trying to think, I'm not lost of words for this. So reoccurring every year, as long as they pay can't think of what am I thinking of, you know? The fees, permit fees, yes. I'd like to, so I'd like to see if I can get some support from that on the council, and that's about it. Oh, Jim, you forgot to mention who you're gonna, for the businesses that have been in business for a while. And you know what, I got someone gonna talk to you, I'm gonna talk now. There's been some people that, and I didn't bring their cards, that I want to honor too, and it's like, these are the people that, really keep our city going. You know, I'll save the next for that, for next meeting, like that, if I could get a consensus on it, thank you.
That's what that was. Yeah, so, I co-sponsored an event with NASA and Congresswoman's, office, Solar Offense office for NASA astronaut Nicole Mann on January 5th of 2024. It was I think, well-attended event. We had a lot of, elected officials, the youth, community members from here. My understanding is that people really appreciated the astronaut Mann that came, and several instructors for community service classes. I just appreciate that Congressman's Lawford's office reached out to us to extend the invitation since they were already holding an event in Central County. And thank you to Youth Alliance for being a partner in that. And of course, the city and city manager's office for getting the contract done right away. I also wanted to thank our community, our first responders, police, fire, Red Cross. Special thanks to our city manager, David and Monica, who were here, I think, till the hours of the night, helping our fire victims. I know that they were going through a traumatic event. We had a gentleman who bought the second story. Several pets were lost. They were so devastated when they were here, and we were here to his council member Perez and Maria, along with staff that were here. Getting them situated. I want to say that community members reached out saying that the level of coordination and communication was just superb. It seemed everybody had a task to do. They were up for it. They got it done. They were thinking the fire victims were able to get not only financial assistance, but a lot of clothing. We had Marcus Barber, who donated hundreds of friendly gifts to the children. There were 37 people that were impacted without 15 small children. And I just want to say thank you. The level of coordination and communication was just such a blessing that everybody was able to do what they were able to do and help out in such a meaningful way for all health and we even help one person in health. So thank you. I also wanted to bring back for us to review policy for training. I know that we have training, but I wanted to look at trainings that are mandated or that council members or the mayor has to do as part of our city function. Whether it's committees are appointed or regional committees that we attend when we have to travel. Whether we travel for California League of Cities to actually vote on resolutions or legislation, that's part of our duties in representing the city of Hollister. Or regional committees that we've been appointed to act on behalf of the city. Usually there's resolutions that the city has to pass in order for someone to be able to vote. But there's a distinction between mandated trainings or mandated functions that we have to vote on in order for us to move our agenda forward or access additional funds, and trainings that if we have special interests like environmental interests, that we can take in terms of discretionary. So I would like to review the budget and policy related to this so that we can be very clear about our budget and what we're dealing with it and versus discretionary, because we all have a certain amount, but not all of us. So I'd like to get support of that. I also wanted to clarify that for the committee assignments, I asked not to be part of the governance committee, so I'd like that to be clarified and corrected.
That is correct on the list that was sent out. That was the 2023 list that's listed next to it. I believe it is Councilmembers Burns and no, I believe it's Councilmember Perez and Mayor Casey, and then Councilmember Burns is the alternate for the governance committee this year.
Okay. Where to start? So I know everybody's already said it, but I just wanted to extend my thanks to the city manager. You went so far over and above. I was in awe of how well organized this was for our victims of the fire. I came down on Sunday and heard that the Red Cross had already given them, you know, they had housing that night in hotels, and they were already giving out clothing and organizing and gift cards, and it was just amazing. It was an amazing collaboration of the whole community. The community food bank did a wonderful job of organizing all the donations. The community foundation set up a fund right away. I mean, so we had folks get help right away, get into, I think the very next day, they got keys, right, to the migrant centers, and then a few of them were going to families, but it was just, it was amazing. And so my thanks to you and to all the staff that helped and the community, and also the outpouring of the folks out in the community who wanted to donate. I mean, it was just everywhere, and then they were all trying to figure out where, and then ended up, the community food bank ended up being the best place for donations, but it was a great job. So thank you for that. And then what else? I wanted to ask about the vacant building ordinance. I had brought that back in April last year, and I know that it went out to a consultant we worked on, so I'd like the date certain for that to come back, because it's been coming up on a year and a couple months, and I just would really like to move that forward. So whatever we can do to get that going, that would be great. And then my only other question really is, I had asked about having an opportunity to review the draft agendas before they get publicized and as part of a process. And I saw on the list that it says bring it back as an agenda item. So what are we agendas? And I thought, isn't this just informal? Are we formalizing something? I'm confused. So,
Staff would be bringing back a discussion item to get direction on that.
so we didn't give, I mean, so we're just giving direction. I thought we gave direction. Then, or do we have to bring it back to give direction?
Typically, what does that consensus,
that's where
simply
I'm
bring it back.
Thank you for explaining it. Okay, and that's all I think I have on that. So do we have any reports then from city manager?
I'd like to just take one moment to see if there's anything in consensus on. We did have a couple, Councilmember Resendez and Councilmember Burns talked about some honoring either a park or a street or a building for former Mayor Valenzuela. So that's something I've heard something formal enough to get consensus.
Well, I was just wondering, we have a park over there. That's gonna be,
We've named that, or that one's already been named.
I apologize.
Yeah.
In the future.
Okay,
Yeah, in the future.
great. Councilmember Burns asked for our Parks and Rec department to come back with an update on the request we heard about pickleball courts this evening, as well as lighting. Okay. Councilmember Perez asked for us to bring back an item for the Christian flag flying at monthly. We did not mention a month.
Actually, for the month of April, can you put your hand down first? Just in this. For the month of April, yes. Every year, yes, reoccurring. Just like whatever the rules are we have for the LGBTQ plus, and I think we should be able to do the same for the Christian flag laws. And you know what? If we are also talking about inclusivity and equity and all that stuff, it seems like it should be unanimous. The same.
So do we have consensus to do that, to bring it back?
Would be to bring the items up.
Yes.
Councilmember Morales asked for a policy for reviewing the policy for council travel in regards to regional committees or assignments, mandated assignments versus discretionary assignments, along with a review of the budget. Staff does plan to bring the set mid-year budget at the second meeting of February. So this was something of the council that if there was interest of the council, we will be bringing a budget update in the second meeting of February. Mayor Casey, we are bringing that item back on reviewing the agendas, and as far as the vacant building ordinance, we can provide an update on that. And so we'll work with the consultant. That was all of that.
I do have one just quick question before we close. I think when you was driving in on that lane, I believe I saw some traffic. Now, things, are we doing any kind of traffic work on that lane? Or am I hallucinating? I swore.
No, that's on, it's not that lane, that's outside road.
No, I was driving that lane and I saw some things on the roadway. I'll check it again.
I'm not aware of it, and our
I'll check
both
out
our
the video.
engineer and public.
I'll watch
works
for it.
director.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to go around and check? It says you're supposed to check the staff before we see what happens.
No, at this time we don't. We've already.
Okay. All right. So if no one has anything further, no. It says informational, so we better know section. Updates on city council projects. Are you going to do that?
Well, that was where we normally get the consensus, and as with both
So you just did
meetings,
it, in
it's-
other words, right?
And
Okay.
that's also the council project list. That's where we include that.
Okay, so it's not something that you do anything else.
That's
Okay. So there's been a request to have a moment of silence in honor of Mr. Hollister. So could we do that before we adjourn? So. All right.
I think, yes.
The request, I don't mind doing that, but the request specifically was to adjourn in its number. Yeah.
We
Yes,
can
that,
adjourn this moment. All right, now let's have a motion to adjourn.
So
In the memory of Frank Hollister. And second,
Second.
all those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned.